In a pleasant wooded valley lived a huntsman tall and able. He relied on skill and cunning for the food upon his table. He would walk the forest shadows with his little son in tow, teaching him the archer's art and all that he should know. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. In the valley there was freedom and a man was left to living, but as year gave way to year the ruling men grew less forgiving. On a day as black as death a governor to rule them came, turning landsmen into slaves, and Gessler was his name. In the center of the village Gessler set a lofty pillar, and he ordered every subject, be he serf or be he miller, to do homage to the hat that Gessler placed atop the pole, or to forfeit to the crown his life if not his soul. But the huntsman William Tell came into town the morning after. William heard of Gessler's order and could only roar with laughter. Honest men should hold a rank above a petty autocrat. I would never bow to him, I'll not bow to his hat. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Gessler's soldiers seized the huntsman and his little son for treason, but the people of the village cried for mercy and for reason. Gessler stays the execution, but a cruel test contrives. Prove to me your skill, and you may ransom back your lives. I have heard it said you have no peer with longbow and with arrow, that your shaft can find the quickest hare and fell the smallest sparrow. On the head of your young son I'll place an apple ripe and red. Split it with one shot, or at my word you both are dead. William Tell went to his son and said, I swear I will not hurt you. Courage will not bow to fear, nor shall this evil conquer virtue. Turn your face towards our home and stand as still as any tree. I will split the apple, we shall soon be home and free. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields the bow. Every tongue was still and silent as the archer paced the distance. Gessler's soldiers lined the square and there was no hope of resistance. William knocked a single arrow, put his shoulders back and drew. Then the arrow sang and split the apple clean in two. All at once the crowd erupted into cheers and into chatter, and a second arrow fell from William's quiver with a clatter. Gessler said, why hold two arrows when I bid you shoot but one? That one would have found your heart if I had shot my son. Take the archer now and hang him, Gessler to his men was crying. But before the soldiers moved, the archer and his son were flying. From the shelter of the wood, the hunter loosed a final dart. Gessler died with William's arrow buried in his heart. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low. For the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow.
Those who make peaceful revolution impossible will make violent revolution inevitable.
Yes, we have to deny so many claims from us to meet our shareholders' expectations.
Including children, have lost their health insurance.
What's so frustrating is that politicians have spent decades saying they recognize the problem and they make promises to do something about it, and then almost nothing happens.
You know what they say to themselves in the dark. It's only a crime if you don't wear a tie. We keep them all busy paying their fines. Hear the epiphany, light up the spark. You know what they say to themselves in the dark. It's only a crime if you don't wear a tie.
Seniors are the fastest growing segment of the homeless population.
And this is a great thing because it inspires everybody, gets the motivation to look up to the 1% and say,
now they're looking at your posts, they're looking at your anger, and they're moving to apprehend those who say something in anger.
Increasingly by choice or by accident, this is the role our nation has taken, the role of those who make peaceful revolution impossible by refusing to give up the privileges and the pleasures that come from the immense profits of overseas investments.
swishy streams. All that content is bursting the seams. Politics being inflating more. Your sense of fashion you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Viva Bojack, 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 Viva Bojack. That's what I'm talking about. Bojack. First time singing the song, it's from Riverboat Jack. Shout out. I don't know what I'm doing really, but I got passion. That's what it's about. It's all about passion. Where she streams all that content is bursting the seams. Politics mainly and plenty more. Her sense of fashion you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Riverboat Jack, 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 Riverboat Jack.
Hello. How we doing, everybody? How we doing? Hello, Selena Mary. Hello, Mercury. Hello, Rain. Hello, Snoogan. Hello, Not Smirt. Hello, Story the Bard. Hello, Jazz Dog, the jazziest dog I know. Hello, Robber Adset. Hello. How we doing, Mr. Malachite? Hello, Lemony fucking Snicket. Hello, Tea Leaf. Hello, Indicat. Hello, Underground Uncle. Hello, Ransom Ballard. Hello, Comrade Girl 2018. Hello, I almost said hello, Path of Exile. Hello, Average Badger. Hello, Wandering Lou. Hello, John Bogardus. Hello, Kazooie. Hello, Twitchy Tism. Hello, Miss Evelyn Rose. Hello, German Cow JJ. Hello, No Name 7820. Hello, Erica. Hello, Penguin Laurent. Hello, Splendinavia. I think I got that one right. Just took me a couple tries. I'm sorry. Caught me off guard. Hello. How we doing? Hello, Gamerg. Hello, Paige Larson. Hello, Feistiest Bard. Hello, CMH. Hello, Cute Dark Arts. Hello, Matthew H. Hello, Monty the Ogre. Hello, ACAB includes Tome Police. How we doing, Firecrafted Gaming? Hello, Fighting Hobbit. You've been practicing your death metal screaming, and my neighbors got to hear me doing cattle decapitations bring back the plague. Awesome. Hello, Cleaver. Hello, Plant. Hello, Salmon Moose. Hello, Samantha's Trains. Hello, how we doing, folks? Also, Erica, I can't see your good news in Twitch chat for some reason. What's your good news? Now I'm curious. Hello, Rhyme Jack. Hello, the Profane Priestess. It's truly one of the days of all time. It truly is. Hello, Daniel Alexander Kier Jensen. Hello, Polly has his cracker. Howdy. 130 stream streak? Damn, girl! Damn! I didn't get to watch your Metatron vid live, but I did watch the recording. He got worse since I looked at any of his vids. Yeah, dude's... I've never seen OG Metatron, but, like, dude's off the deep end from wherever he used to be. Hello, Firaxial. Hello, Catabingo Rising Revengeance. Early stream? I mean, technically, this is, like, the time, ideally, I would like to start every day. People be asking, why are you streaming at, like, midnight? It's not by choice. Hello, Arby's Meat Pile. Whew.
How we doing? How am I doing? Mind cocks like a bird? That's fair. Oof. Well, so folks, we are about 62 subs towards our goal of 100. And when you guys hit that goal, we are going to spin our wheel. And of course, we took something off the wheel just yesterday. We took off the Metatron video. However, I've added a thing to the wheel, and I think you all deserve to know what is now at play on this wheel, which is something called Time Changer. Now, if you don't know what Time Changer is, strap yourselves in, because here is a trailer for you guys that is incredible.
In the year 1890, all is well at the Grace Bible Seminary.
Gentlemen, Dr. Carlyle has authored a manuscript entitled The Changing Times.
The board is about to endorse their top professor's latest book.
Insightful, Russell. Excellent reading. I, too, Russell, found it highly thought-provoking. Despite several misspelled words and much bad grammar, I have no objection.
But when a member refuses to consent...
What Dr. Carlyle is implying is that we can put forth the standards of Christ apart from his name, and I think this is deadly.
Everything will change.
Sir, I would like to ask for an exception to the unanimity rule by the board.
Doctor, I cannot change the policy. Such endorsements must be unanimous.
Two colleagues will become adversaries.
I am surprised you will not endorse the book. To be more accurate, I am shocked.
I've invited you to my home to explain why I am saying this.
A friendship will be tested.
What is
Get
this?
ready.
This machine
Get
can
ready,
transport
chat.
a person through time.
I beg your pardon?
And the only thing that can settle their dispute
Norris, what is happening?
is a journey to the future.
Get time traveled, loser.
October 21st, 2000.
Now, in the 21st century,
Must have come in on a long trip, huh?
One could say that.
Russell Carlyle will come face to face
And who are you, mister?
with a future he never imagined.
May I ask where you attend church?
Oh, I ain't got no time for no church.
A future he was warned about.
Oh,
Lady,
wooga.
you do understand that stealing is a sin.
Says who?
And the only way he can make things right
God,
This is an
I don't know
extremely
him.
critical time for the church.
is to turn back the clock.
You must stop this movie! The man on the screen just blasphemed the name of the Lord! This guy must be one of those legalists thinks all movies are sinful. Pardon me?
D. David Morin,
Thank you for treating me in such a fair and Christian manner.
Gavin McLeod,
My friend, time travel is possible.
Hal Linden,
I would strongly urge you to resolve your differences with Dr. Anderson.
Jennifer O'Neill,
I always believed in God, but I didn't have a clue who Jesus Christ was.
Richard Reilly,
I just see this as a matter of standing up for something which you believe is important.
and Paul Rodriguez.
Hey, preacher man got himself some new threads, huh?
Threads?
You know, clothes, rags, ropa.
They say no one can change the past.
Russell Carlyle's been dead since 1936.
That can't be the same guy.
One man must.
Carlisle, in a hurry to go somewhere?
Time Changer.
You must see for yourself what happens in the future.
A Rich Cristiano film.
That's the end of the trailer. That's the official end of the trailer right there. Okay. But I also want to put out there that if the Cristiano name rings a bell, do you guys remember that that Christian short film that we watched with the Centurions and the guy who was eating like a tuna fish sandwich on a hot summer day? Yeah, they've continued to make movies, and this is also made by one of them. So I figured we'd check that out if we roll it on the wheel. Okay, the Cristiano brothers. But I guess this one's just Rich Cristiano. The other brother got out of the movie making biz. I thought it'd be fun to throw it on the wheel. At least the production values are better. Yeah. Time traveling would definitely be witchcraft. I don't know. They're using a machine to do the time travel. You know?
So, they can't go back and meet Jesus, only forwards? And they can't make him appear naked and buff like Arnold in Terminator. SADGE.
Sag.
Oh no. Stealing hot dogs. How can we prevent this horror?
Little girl, didn't you know that stealing is a sin? According to who? I haven't heard of Jesus Christ. This is the future,
Gotta
old
donate
man.
to maybe get rich Christian.
Samantha's Trains, thank you for the $10 dono. Tubian, thank you for the $5 super chat. And Not Smart, thank you for the $15 dono. Already racking it up to 68. Look at you guys go. And we have plenty of content in the meantime. Alright? Time machine wasn't in the Bible. Blast Pharisee. It's Christian Science. I guess so. It's science and it's Christian. I don't get the conflict in this movie. It's literally just the idea of who can teach morals separate from Jesus. Is that the conflict? I mean, it sounds like the conflict is over
69 new
book
subs.
publishing.
Nice.
Hey, Captain Kara Sheridan. Thank you for subscribing over on Twitch. Getting us to 69.
I gotta do it.
Samantha's Trains. You did it, but you ruined the 69. Now it's at 70. I've heard even if the AI bubble bursts, we'd still have AI-generated images, audio, text, and video like Sora 2. No, actually. No, like, the answer to that is we would not, in fact, still have those things, because those things rely on gigantic-ass data centers that require obscene amounts of money to keep open. And the issue is, none of these AI companies that, like, their bread and butter is, like, AI image and video generation, none of those companies can stay open on the amount of money that they actually generate from users. What about open source? I mean, the technology would certainly still exist, but you're not going to have the data centers to be able to crunch and create stuff like that on this scale. You're not going to have, like, essentially the infrastructure that is required to do that would cease to exist once this bubble pops. Because, like, you can't repurpose those data centers to do other shit. They're specifically designed for AI bullshit. Yeah, best you have without data centers are, like, slower, dumber large language models. But, like, you're also going to see these companies go down and, like, their entire collections of essentially data aren't going to be transferable. Yeah, you're going to still have, like, smaller models that will be existent, but it's not going to be anywhere near what we have right now.
I have the AI bubble here. Should I pop it? Also seen the Jesus video book / movie?
Have I seen the Jesus video book movie? I've seen a lot of Jesus video book movies in my time. Thank you for the $5, €5, I believe. Thank you so goddamn much. That brings us to 71. I'm Butlerian Jihad against Sora and Sora 2. I'm Butlerian Jihad against all this shit. You know? Wish AI could fail in a less destructive way. Yeah, like, it taking out a sizable chunk of the global economy is gonna really be a kick in the nuts.
Managed to convince my lib mom join me at No King's Day.
Hey, Story the Bard, good job! Let's go! Also, thank you for the $5 dono. Alright, let's take a look here. Oh yeah, I did want to talk about this. Just real quick. Alright? So, folks, you all may be aware that Attorney General Letitia James is currently under indictment because she has multiple properties, and one of them is listed as a residence when it apparently should not be. That's the allegation of the government, that Attorney General Letitia James is essentially doing a fraud on the United States government. And, well, it turns out that there's a pretty good reason for Letitia James having that place listed as a residence. And the reason for that is essentially, it is a residence. She visits it often because one of her family members lives there rent-free. So it is not, in fact, a rental property that she rents out to make money on the side, as the government has been alleging. It is, in fact, inhabited by, I believe, her grandniece? Yeah. In the indictment, the prosecutor, Lindsay Halligan, accuses Miss James of having misrepresented the purpose of the house when she purchased it in August of 2020 for $137,000. The indictment says that while Miss James indicated to her mortgage broker that she expected to use the house as a second home, she had instead used it as a rental investment property, renting the property to a family. But in June, Miss Thompson testified to a grand jury in Norfolk that she had lived in the house for years, and that she did not pay rent, a person familiar with her testimony said. She was not asked to testify again, and the grand jury that voted to indict Miss James was not seated in Norfolk, but in Alexandria. So if you're wondering, wait a minute, who's this Miss Thompson person? And that is that, well, let's take a look. The family, Nakia Thompson, and her children have lived at the address ever since, according to two people familiar with the home. And what is the relation? Oh, several times a year, the people said, a great aunt who purchased the house in 2020 with Miss Thompson in mind would come for an extended stay.
Trump's head must be a residence, as Letitia James has been living there rent-free for a while.
It's true. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. And also, yeah, basically, Letitia James was letting her great niece stay at this house without paying rent because she's just swell like that, you know? Like, she's just cool. And it's listed properly as a residence because she owns it. She visits it and lives there and doesn't charge rent. So it kind of turns out there's literally no case against her. This is why every attempt to look into Letitia James on this count has gone absolutely nowhere, because there's just nothing here. You know? She sounds like a great aunt. She's a great, great aunt. So it just, I don't know, like, it's just another example of how utterly bullshit this entire administration is. Every single day, in every conceivable way. Just utterly without principles and utterly without merit. That being said, we're moving on. There's not much more to say on this story. You know, I feel like I should have a lot more to say, but like, it's just a fabricated pretext to go after an attorney general that Donald Trump personally doesn't like. Simple as. What we have is weaponized government corruption against Trump's adversaries. It is a symptom of fascism as we are rapidly descending into it. So, that being said, remember to like, comment, and subscribe, because why not? Click the buttons, and consider supporting the stream if you feel so inclined. God. So it's that they can't imagine that someone would just give someone else housing without wanting profit? No, they understand what's happening. They just don't care. Like, they just want to make their political enemies suffer, and if that means tangling them up in pointless litigation, like, that counts in their book as suffering. You know, it wastes your time and it wastes your money, even if it's utterly without merit. You know? And that's what they want to do because they want to waste the time, energy, and money of their adversaries. This DA knows Bondi is on her way out and is doing this to get her job. I mean, maybe. Lindsay Halligan is, I mean, somehow even more without principles than Pam Bondi, but you know, at a certain point they're basically interchangeable individuals.
Might have to audio only this one, but it's golden.
Well, I will take a look at that. Also, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs, Sake Tanuki, bringing us up to 82 subs, folks. What is this?
I have progressive views, but that doesn't mean I'm a good person.
I do have to say I do like Gianmarco Cerezi a lot. I've watched some of his bits. Dude's golden. Like, there's actually a really good crop of up and coming like progressive comedians.
Liberals make that mistake sometimes. I have a more conservative friend, and you know, he has views that really, he's one of those guys, and we all know those guys who's like, you see this article? No, a trans woman played volleyball, made a little girl explode. And I can't stand that shit, because the kind of guys that complain about trans women playing women's sports are the same kind of guys that told guys like me in high school, you run like a girl, you throw like a girl, and now they're mad because some of us followed through. But I will say, in his defense, he is a wonderful human being, better than I could ever imagine being. I'll tell you a story. Once, me and my conservative friend, we were walking down the street in New York City. In front of us was walking a woman in very high heels. As far as I could tell, she was trans. Now, at some point, this woman, she tripped on her right heel. She fell into the street right as a bus was approaching. And my conservative friend ran into the street, scooped her up just in the nick of time, helped her on her feet, sent her about her way, and then he turned to me and was like, that's why men shouldn't wear heels. It was a lot of things all at once. And I want to be clear, I think that's a shitty thing to do. But if I had been alone, I would have been like, oh no, she's dead.
Fair. God. How did they find a grand jury that was willing to indict the Attorney General of New York? Well, the saying is you can find a grand jury to indict like a ham sandwich, you know? Like you could find people like that, you know? Gianmarco goes hard. Let's see here. Yeah, they couldn't, you know, they the saying goes they couldn't indict a they could indict a ham sandwich, but not the sandwich hero. Can't indict a ham sandwich if you throw it at Ice Pigs though. Yeah, you get a free pass. You get the Antifa discount at the indictment. All right. Also, can we just like take a moment? This isn't even going to be like a segment, right? But like Barron Trump is being given like the job of being the head of TikTok. And like at what point is the corruption just not like at what point is the corruption gonna get to a point where it's like too blatant, you know? Like at what point is the corruption like just so beyond the pale and people are like, nah, just yeah, no, that's silly, stop. Right? Cuz like Barron Trump is like he's like 18, 19 years old. And he's being installed at the head of TikTok, and it's just like, he's being installed at the head of TikTok. He doesn't have any qualifications. He's 19. He doesn't have in-depth knowledge of how to run a company. He's 19. Like, the only reason he's getting that job is because he's related to the president. You know? When does Tiffany get a White House job? You know, they would give Tiffany a White House job because all of the other Trump children are staying away from politics this time around, or at least directly from political office this time around, or even appointments this time around, because they're all afraid they're going to go down with the ship. You can tell, you know? Hey, I'm 20 and I run my own business. Yeah, is that business TikTok? Is that business one of the largest social media sites on the planet? No. He can turn a laptop on. I guess that's one advantage. What about Laura? Isn't she at the RNC? Yeah, but the RNC is at a legally distinct entity. And when this all goes south, like, you know, there's enough distance there. I could run TikTok, though? Okay. Why is the president's youngest kid being put in charge of a foreign company? Well, no, it's TikTok US, right? They had to have like a US company buy TikTok, and then like TikTok was then gonna be a US company. So this is the US company board of directors. Cool, we'll get to see him fail at his first business venture just like his father. Yeah, he'll require a small loan of $1 million to get him out of this one. Sorry, a small loan of $1 billion. There's been inflation since Trump was a child. We live in such dumb times. All right. Let's talk about the AI bubble, huh? Let's... Wait, someone once talked to me about street slang. I don't like street slang, e.g. when people say things like, he be working, ain't nobody like that. People who talk that way sound like fucking idiots. Okay, Vlad the Impaler. Vlad, I love every single time you come into my chat, because no matter what you say, like it comes through in a very filtered way as a result of your username. Did you notice that Metatron is having a real one on Twitter? I did not, because I've literally never looked at anything that man has written his entire life. Well, what's he doing on Twitter? I hate all dialects. The only correct one is mine. Metatron's Shin Megami Tensei Crash Out? He's big mad about people making fun of him becoming an alt-right grifter because he's a mediocre sword tuber. You know, like, dude, I don't know what to say. Like, be better at alt-right grifting, I guess. Like, oh no, you decided to openly embrace bigotry, and people, it turns out, don't like that. The shock. I don't know. Did you not like look around and think, maybe allying myself with people who are hair's breadth away from joining the clan, maybe that's not going to be a good look. You know, there's like the saying, look before you leap, but like dog didn't even look before he changed fucking moral frameworks. It's crazy. Jack, what would you do if Metatron makes a video responding to you? He likes to crash out when people call him out. I'd probably watch it. I'd probably watch it and laugh at him even more. You know? That's probably that I feel like that's probably it. He doesn't come across as someone who's
19 months
particularly
of being
good.
based river bait Pepahans could tast 50 lubbers.
Hell yeah, Hammock, thank you very much for the tier 1 sub. But like, if he made a video about me, I'd just, you know, respond to the video until it stops being funny to me, and then I'd move on and just ignore whatever comes out of his mouth like I did before. You know? It would objectively be very funny. I have a message for my haters on Reddit. You've been coming up with reasons as to why I started talking more about politics on my channels in order to shame me. You said it's the money. You said it's because I'm far right. You said it's because somehow my channel was failing. I'll give you a reason. The reason is just so I can anger you. Specifically you, scum on Reddit. That's clearly not the only reason, but it is a really, really good incentive to just never, ever stop. Enjoy your toxic poison, fucking losers. And it's like, dude, have you seen the kinds of opinions and people you're associating with? If anyone's seeping in the poison, it's you, dude. He's been reading Shadwatch. The guy is losing it. Do you like the dramatic reads? I like the dramatic reads. Y'all be on your best behavior or else I get no water access for a month. Oh no, everyone behave so Jazz Dog can have water. God. Alright. So Metatron has a fedora too? You know, it's either a real fedora or a spiritual fedora, but either way, it's indelible. Oh, I know your mom is actually in chat, Jazz Dog. Hello, Jazz Dog's mom. All right, let's talk about AI stuff, huh? Also, I will have to take a break when my partner returns home from work, so that I can just talk to her a little bit about how my day went, because I love her.
I don't think will make the trains run on time.
No, I don't think that will make the trains run on time. Hello, Professor Funbags. I love your username so much. Alright, let's talk about AI. Alright. So, folks, we have to talk about, you know, the impending collapse of the global economy, which, that sounds scary, that's because it is, and I'm not really... I gotta be honest, usually I have, like, some form of action you can take, or, like, something you can do, but, like, this is just gonna kind of hit everyone, regardless of where they're at. And we gotta talk about it.
Jim Water, CEO of Water here. I assure you that we will maintain a continuous supply of water to our two favorite customers, Riverboat Jack and Jazz Dog. Purification may cost extra.
Oh no, oh no. What about the brain-eating amoebas? Jim, what about the brain-eating amoebas? I need to be kept safe. All right. Let's talk about this, all right? And remember, before we get too deep into the video, remember to like, comment, and subscribe. My editor told me I need to start saying that more towards the beginning of videos, so I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna give it my best shot. All right. So AI, what's going on with it? What's the deal? Well, as many of you know, if you've watched my channel for a while, AI is not profitable. It is, in fact, extremely the opposite of profitable. It is losing money in a way, really, I've never seen any industry lose money before. Maybe the closest comparable thing would be like Uber, like rideshare services, and how they attempted to like run public transit out of business in various cities and undercut taxi services in various cities. And so they run at like a massive loss, with the idea being that once taxi services and buses are run out of business, they can just jack up their rates, right? Like that's the entire premise of why venture capital backs companies like Uber. But AI is on like such another level that it's honestly insane. It's honestly insane. And the issue is, they are trying to say, well, look, we'll just keep getting investment and keep growing and keep expanding until we corner the market. And, you know, in 2030, we'll be profitable with, you know, 3 billion people on Earth using and being monetized users of AI technology. And I've looked at the numbers, and there's literally no way for that to happen. And one of the number one reasons for that is that by summer of next year, like there's going to be no venture capital left to go into AI. Like it's just going to be done. It's going to be tapped out. Because basically what happens is you have a bunch of, you know, venture capitalists who don't know anything about anything, and they're just thinking, we're going to ride the FOMO train, you know, the fear of missing out train, on speculation on AI. And we're just going to make a bunch of money, and we're going to get out before the bubble collapses, right? Like, they all know that. They're all on board with that. And that is what has led to the massive overinflation of, you know, AI's value, right? Because in order to make this work, and in order for AI to become kind of that profitable thing, all of these AI companies are kind of not bargaining. They're kind of betting on, one, people being kind of too dumb to understand the technology, and thus like they're basically selling the hype around AI from movies to dipshit investors. And number two, the amount of infrastructure required in order to keep AI like functional is astronomical. So when a lot of these venture capitalists look at it, they're like, oh, whoa, there's a lot of money being thrown around inside of these AI companies. So clearly there must be something going on worth investing in. You know, because we're talking hundreds of billions. We're talking trillions of dollars. And the reality is, not a single one of these AI companies is even close to turning a profit. Not a single one. And we're talking about, like, they're spending hundreds of billions of dollars to make, you know, $100 million. We're talking like 95% of what is going into these companies is just evaporating into nothing, right? And that hasn't really mattered because it's essentially evaporating into hype. It is building up this bubble. And, well, suddenly we're starting to see some initial doubts hitting the mainstream. And I want to turn your attention here to an article from the BBC that went up yesterday. It's going to be really bad. Fears over AI bubble bursting grow in Silicon Valley. Right? And in case you're wondering, like, how outside the realm of reality this is, I want to play this clip. Let's see, can I pull it up real quick? Yeah. Here we go. I think the clip is here. I need the video clip because it's really, really stupid. Yeah, here we go.
I would love to go build a Dyson sphere on the solar system and, like, you know, make the world's gigantic data center with the entire energy output of the sun. But obviously we can't do that right now. So that one has to like wait a couple decades. But I think we're able to do more. Like, we're credibly able to do more.
Now, in case you're wondering how stupid that is, this man is trying to generate hype for his AI company by basically saying, we're like 2 decades away from building a Dyson sphere capable, like, first of all, around the entire solar system, which you wouldn't build the Dyson sphere that way. But number 2, he's basically trying to say AI is going to be so powerful that we're going to be able to build a Dyson sphere within our lifetimes. And that is just so stupid. But the reason it's so stupid is because this is clearly, like, they're out of juice. They don't know what else to say to get investors to give them money. Like, the financials are not coming through at all. And so what is Silicon Valley saying? Let's take a look. At OpenAI's Dev Day this week, AI boss Sam Altman did what American tech bosses rarely do these days. He actually answered questions from reporters. I know it's tempting to write the bubble story, Mr. Altman told me as he sat flanked by his top lieutenants. In fact, there are many parts of AI that I think are kind of bubbly right now. And you gotta admit, like, this guy knows he's cooked, right? Like, this guy knows he's cooked because he has to admit that the industry certainly looks like a bubble, doesn't it? I just... Skeptics are privately, and some now publicly, asking whether the rapid rise in the value of AI tech companies may be, at least in part, the result of what they call financial engineering. In other words, there are fears that these companies are overvalued, which, considering not a single one of them has generated anything culturally relevant, anything materially useful, and are generating next to no money compared to what is required to keep them functional. Like, there's no upside here. Yeah, they're overvalued as hell. Mr. Altman said he expected investors would make some bad calls and silly startups would walk away with crazy money. But with OpenAI, he told me, there's something real happening here. Not everyone is convinced. In recent days, warnings of an AI bubble have come from the Bank of England, the International Monetary Fund, as well as JP Morgan boss Jamie Dimon, who told the BBC the level of uncertainty should be higher in most people's minds. And, like, you know, those aren't the only places that are worried here, because Washington is also really worried. Here's an article from today. Stock bubble dread grips central bankers in Washington, from Bloomberg. Central bankers, already uneasy about trade tensions and swelling public debt, will collectively confront a new worry in the coming week, the danger of a market crash. Global policymakers and finance ministers will gather in Washington for the International Monetary Fund / World Bank fall meetings after a chorus of warnings that a stock bubble focused on artificial intelligence companies might burst before too long. Valuations are heading towards levels we saw during the bullishness around the internet 25 years ago, she said. If a sharp correction were to occur, tighter financial conditions could drag down world growth, expose vulnerabilities, and make life especially tough for developing countries. And to say that she is underselling this, I need you to understand she's underselling this, right? When she's saying very, very conservatively, like, oh yeah, you know, if a sharp correction were to happen, it would negatively impact global futures. Let me translate that for you. 40% of the US GDP is currently AI speculation. I want you to really take that in. 40% of the current US GDP is AI speculation. That is how big the current AI bubble is. I'm going to let that sink in for a minute. Wait, really? You're 100% accurate? Yes. The 7 companies that have largely benefited from AI, they're referred to as the Magnificent Seven. And if you're wondering why the US economy hasn't collapsed despite Donald Trump's insane tariffs, it's because essentially this AI speculation is buoying up Wall Street. It's buoying up like the entire kit and caboodle of what is going on in this country.
This interview was wild. Imagine asking David Simon, creator of The Wire. This, read from the point Simon enters.
I will... Is this related to AI, or should I wait until after this segment is done? Okay. It does not appear to be related to AI, but I will check it out, Saket Tanuki, and thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. But yeah, 40% of the US GDP, right? And how much is 40%? It's a lot. It is enough that it is related to AI? Okay, well, then I will take a look at it right now. Okay, so from the time Simon enters. So here we go. So you started writing for TV nearly 30 years ago. What are the specific things that you think made your life more comfortable than writers starting today? Simon. Oh, well, for one thing, I grew up with a mentor. Tom Fontana hired me to write the show Homicide, which was based on a book I wrote in Baltimore. He believed that there was a threshold of creativity that resulted when you had a bunch of writers in a room talking and arguing the material and making scripts better. So I walked into a writer's room, and not only did I have the benefit of writers who had more experience than me, well, everyone had more experience than me. I was a police reporter at the time, but Tom did other things. He sent me to set to cover set and to protect the script on set. He sent me to casting. He sent me, when I was ready, he sent me into editing. Those things made me conscious of what you need to do to write competently, and even, write in an advanced way for television. Shapiro, inviting young people into a writer's room with more experienced writers, bringing people onto set, those sound like good actions for a mentor to take with a mentee. Should they be written into a contract? Simon, absolutely. Which, yeah. I need... Oh, here we go. If something doesn't require a certain number of writers to get the job done, why should a studio be required to hire that number of writers? Simon, well, they never did. It was never written into the contract because it was always assumed that this was a viable form. Why was that changed? It's changed because of greed. I mean, you now have Wall Street analysts and CEOs who are basically saying, if we can make television for cheaper, let's try. Shapiro, well, the other way of describing that would be, if a show requires 5 people, why should we be required to have 10? Simon, nobody's saying you should have 10. They're now saying that there should be no fundamental standard for any. And showrunners, people who have doing the job of producing and running the show, have been left alone on set and in post-production. Shapiro, can you give me another example or two of something that's standard when you began that today is no longer the case? Simon, of course. I can entice somebody who's a good writer, who knows how to write dialogue and move pages, and can write for a television show that is complex and sophisticated and, can sustain itself narratively over 12 episodes. If I can offer them some decent employment. But if a studio comes to me and says, look, we're just going to have a mini room, people might not be familiar with the term mini room. Explain that. Simon, the pre-production room that might go 6 or 8 or 10 weeks, or maybe only 3 weeks. And they say, give us all your ideas. And oh, by the way, then you go off on your own and you write a script. And they may not even say write a script because there's money in the script fee too. They might say, thanks for your ideas. We're not hiring you, but thanks for participating in our room. Go with God. Nobody wants to make a living writing television is going to be able to be sustained that way. You can't live on 3 weeks' salary. That's what's happening now. When I came on Homicide, a network show that had 22 episodes, I had 30 weeks of employment. I can live on that. I can have a career. I can actually seriously consider writing television for a living. I offer what's available on these shorter run shows now to writers. I can't sustain them. And, like, I imagine somewhere in this conversation, here we go. You've spent your career writing television without AI, and I can imagine today you thinking, boy, I wish I had that tool to solve those authority problems, or saying, Simon, you mentioned that. I don't think AI can remotely challenge what writers do at a fundamentally creative level. Shapiro, but if you're trying to transition from scene 5 to scene 6 and you're stuck with that transition, you can imagine plugging that portion of the script into an AI and say, give me 10 ideas for how to transition. Simon, I'd rather put a gun in my mouth. Shapiro, you would rather put a gun in your mouth. Simon, I mean, what you're saying to me effectively is there's no original way to do anything, and Shapiro, no. Simon, yes you are. Shapiro, that seems kind of like an absolutist take. Simon, not only, I think, is it a fundamental violation of the integrity of writers and also of copyright. You know, when I sold all the scripts I sold, 150 to HBO, and, maybe another 50 to NBC, I didn't sell them so that they could be thrown into a computer with other people's and be used again by a corporation. Shapiro, so would you ever agree to a contract that saw any role for AI at all? Simon, no, I would not. If that's where this industry is going, it's going to infantilize itself. We're all going to be watching stuff we've watched before, only worse. Do you think that position is where this is likely to end up? Simon, I mean, if a writer wants to play around with AI as the writer and see if it helps him, I mean, I regard it as no different than having a thesaurus or a dictionary on his desk or a book of quotable quotes. Play around with it. If it starts to lead the way in a sense that a studio exec comes to you and says, AI gave us this story that we want, that's not why I got into storytelling. And it's not where I'll stay if that's where storytelling is. Which, hell yeah. Hell yeah. And honestly, this is kind of it, right? Like, so many of these decisions are not coming from writers. Writers want to write. Like, I'm sorry, but like the idea that like writers want to offload the cognitive labor of writing to a machine is literally antithetical to the entire act and idea and premise of writing. You can only do that if your priority is doing something else and you view writing as a waste of your time. Right?
Editor note. You can just include the last segment of that read.
True. But whatever. It's fine if the entire thing goes in. But art is human. And the people who are pushing for AI are people who just are fundamentally anti-human and see humans as a means to profit. And that's it, right? When I say that like CEOs and boards of directors, etc., are alienated from the human experience, and that's what allows them to do deeply anti-human actions that reverberate down through companies where thousands of workers contribute every day. It's because they don't view workers as human beings, right? And AI is designed to replace humans while generating all the profit for these rich people on the top. It is designed to cut you out, to deny you the ability to live, right? So it's a fundamentally anti-human technology. And the entire premise, right?
What major artist, really talented artist has embraced AI? These articles are all the same, artists running tech bro reporters over gravel, because you can't grift true art.
I mean, it's true, right? Like, the worst piece of art made by someone who genuinely cares about it is gonna be better than anything AI can shit out on any day. Right? The Room, like the original The Room, is going to be infinitely better than anything AI could ever create. Right? And there's just not really any getting around that, right? And when you look at why AI has up to this point been so overvalued, it comes from this idea that tech bros and venture capitalists have that everyone is going to want to use AI. Everyone's going to use AI. It's going to be so good. And then you start to see it, like these companies try to implement AI. And it destroys like the basic functionality of like Google search. It destroys like the basic premise of like nightly news, right? Because you've got people on social media sharing around like news clips that are AI generated. It destroys the information ecosystem and is instead weaponized to mass produce junk, to essentially hijack algorithms and milk money out of those. So it's destroyed the ability for independent artists to actually create and make a living or provide analyses, right?
You should see the fights we are having in fanfiction spaces between adults who love writing and reading fanfiction and these kids saying using character AI chatbots is more ethical than AO3.
God. Disgusting. But understand, I want you guys to understand, the premise in the ideal situation for AI venture capitalists and AI companies like OpenAI is that in 5 years, they are going to have like 2 to 3 billion people on this planet as paid users for AI. Like their AI social media, AI like image or text or video generation. Like their entire premise is that they can monetize this across multiple billions of people. And that's just not possible because the demand is just fundamentally not there and it's not gonna be there.
AI Capone. Artists don't need money. They can survive on exposure. And what better exposure than being scraped by a soulless machine?
I mean, Salmon was here, true. I just... This has deep ramifications. Like, the basic building block of this problem is that AI as a tool sucks, and nobody wants to use it. Right?
I am happy to see we're talking about AI today, and now that I am caught up on stream, I look forward to throwing money at my favorite creator.
Nathan, thank you for the $5 dono. Very much appreciated. And like you're talking, yeah, no, like when you talk about billions of people, you're talking about exponentially a site larger than Facebook. You're talking about I mean, frankly, you're talking about like a level of user base that we've never seen before on this planet, and people fundamentally hate this shit. They fundamentally hate this shit. And I don't know, like, for some people there's like novelty in using it for a little bit, but like ultimately anyone who's remotely interested in music, anyone who's remotely interested in like writing, anyone who's remotely interested in like video, like wants to move beyond it and do their own shit. You know? The tools are not useful. And this is a huge problem. And there's not really a way to solve it. You can't trick people into liking AI. Right? So I went and looked it up out of curiosity, and ChatGPT says they have 800 million weekly active users. That it may be true, but I'm also going to throw out there that most of those users are mass generating garbage to try and like monetize like throwaway bot posters on like Instagram and like TikTok and stuff. Like, most of these users are not real people. They're doing it to hijack algorithms and siphon off ad revenue from these major social media sites. I actually use an LLM during my sculpting every session to help in terms of architecture and find reference different images. I would say maybe stop. Maybe stop and use like better references. Find better reference material. Go to a library. The people who use AI to generate texts to like their partner and stuff are just so fucking sad and pathetic. Yeah, like I don't know. Like if you're using a large language model to romance your partner, like I'm sorry, like this is pathetic shit. So, all that being said, let's get back to the overarching picture. Which is that, yeah. Her warning was arguably more forthright than the IMF's commentary from the October 2000 meeting, when its World Economic Outlook described still high equity valuations and the potential for imbalances to unwind in a disorderly fashion. Within months, the sell-off momentum was such that the Federal Reserve was forced to deliver an emergency half-point interest rate cut. Even before U.S. President Donald Trump's renewed China tariff threat, which he's saying that starting November 1st, there's going to be a 100% tariff on top of all of the existing tariffs on all things from China, tanked the stocks on Friday. Officials saw alarming parallels. The Bank of England just warned of the risk of a sharp market correction. European central bank policymakers worried aloud, and the Reserve Bank of Australia this month also noted vulnerabilities. So this is not just like the British are worried. This is not, the Europeans are worried. This is like people who are paying attention to this shit are realizing this is going to fucking collapse. This is not going to function. And I would throw out there that this article, right, Bloomberg is comparing this to the dot-com bubble. And the dot-com bubble pales in comparison to this. I was looking at some comparisons maybe like a week or two ago. The current bubble size of AI is something like 19 times the size of the dot-com bubble. 19 times. If for those of you who are around for the 2008 subprime mortgage crisis, the current bubble is 3 times the size of that. Minimum. So, like, be aware what's coming
wrong
here.
About the .com, wrong about crypto, wrong about NFTs, wrong about personal transportation, but they're definitely cooking with AI.
Yeah, no, I saw... I'm probably not going to be able to find it again, but I saw just, like, an insane take on the economic aspect of this, which was essentially, oh, sure, it might be a bubble, but, like, it's still a juggernaut, though. Which is like I'm sorry, if you understand you've just invested into the South Sea bubble, and then someone tells you, oh wait, the South Sea company isn't actually generating any revenue to speak of, and it's just a scam, and then you go, well, it's a juggernaut of a scam though. Like you're on the verge of being fleeced already. It's just absolute insanity. And I don't really know how this is gonna go in any way that could possibly be positive. RPG Lilac, thank you for the $5 super chat. And also, AR Keener, thank you for subscribing with Prime. Appreciate it.
As time goes on, we produce less and less things, and a greater percentage of the economy becomes bubble.
It's just so blatant,
At least the Titanic is still sinking capitalists to this day.
It's true. You know, if we can just convince a few more of these stupid motherfuckers to get into, you know, in-house made submarines. You know, actually, great idea. You know, these clowns all believe in AI so much. Put the AI to work building even better, new and improved Titan submersibles. Let's have a race to the bottom of the ocean by the tech bros. You know, it can be a matter of honor. Who's gonna get down there first with an AI built submarine? Let's go! God. I just... I'm kind of losing it. I'm kind of like... And people... I've seen people in chat ask, like, what can we do to keep ourselves safe from this? And, like, genuinely, I have no idea.
Sake Tanuki is misleading chat. I got my pod to work in the crypto factory and kept my lunch safe in the refrigerator at work by minting my sandwich in NFT so no one else owns it.
Samantha's trains, living the ideal tech bro life. Without data centers, our GDP growth was 0.1%.
But the novelty quickly wore off, and the more I learn, the more I hate it. Like, remember when AI convinced a child to unalive themselves?
Yeah, no, like, honestly, if the tech is cut, like, even if you've somehow found, like, a niche case use for it, like, the technology literally drives people insane and causes children to kill themselves. Like, I don't know, you gonna take that chance? You willing to roll the dice on whether or not your brain is gonna be so broken that you fall more in love with an AI than a human person? I don't know. Seems I wouldn't roll those die. You know, like, just imagine being emotionally manipulated by something that doesn't even have a thought process. Tanner, dude, man, I'm not an expert in sculpting by any means. But I will throw out there that people have done sculpting in the past without using AI. And I'm not sure how they did it, but it is possible. AI is tied with my favorite streamers. Don't worry. Hey, Rod Ramos. To be fair, my ex didn't have a thought press either. Hey! Take my ex, please! So anyway, yeah, there is an impending economic collapse, and I'm not entirely sure.
I suspect the only reason AI is mostly replacing artists is because corporate NPCs don't consider art critically important.
No, that is 100% it, Brutus Magnuson. Like, the people who run companies don't give a shit about the art those companies create. What they care about is profits. And the number one way to generate more profit at a company is to eliminate labor costs. That's why you get, like, new CEOs coming in or venture capital coming in, and suddenly they lay off half the workforce. It's because it's a way for them to juice their quarterly financial numbers. It's a way for them to make the financials look better to other idiot venture capitalists. It's why you have, like, essentially venture capital coming in and, like, buying Toys R Us and then gutting it to the ground. Like, it's all, you know, in the words of that article, it's all just financial, like, mumbo jumbo, which is not the word from the article. What was it? Financial. What is it? Oh yeah, fears the companies are overvalued. It's all financial engineering. That was the term. Right? Like, it's just rich stooges trying to trick other rich stooges. And whoever gets left holding the bag, usually us, is going to be screwed. So fraud. I mean, it's kind of fraud, yeah. But in another way, it's less fraud and more just tricking someone into thinking that something
Did you hear
have
Saudi
is more
Arabia
valuable.
bought EA and they plan on saving money by replacing everyone with AI?
I did hear that Saudi Arabia bought EA. I'm not entirely sure if the part about replacing everyone with AI is true, but you know, I'm fine with not playing EA games for a while, you know. I'm good. Yeah, like I don't know, EA was already kind of gone already, folks. They're all selling magic beans back and forth. I mean, essentially, yeah. Like that sounds like kind of trite, but like that's exactly what's happening with AI. It's just, hey, these magic beans will grow you a beanstalk to an even goldener golden goose. And like they're like, just what? Give me the beans! I must have these beans!
The only venture should be Brothers. That series was criminally undervalued.
It's true. I still need to see the movie though. I heard the movie was good. Thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs, Sake Tanuki. Beans? Why, I say, young fellow, did you say something about beans? Magical beans? Some mystical legumes? Why, yes, I bought some mystical beans from a farmer down the street with my last milk cow. Why? I've always wanted magical beans. How long will it take for the beanstalk to mature and for me to climb it to reach the golden goose? The leprechaun who sold it to me said it would take all like a week. Why, my boy, give it to me, and I shall make it grow, and I will get the golden goose. Gee, mister, I can't just give you these beans. I have to sell them for a good amount of money, otherwise my mom won't let me come home. Well, I'll give you 1,000 gold pieces for it. Wow, that's more gold than I've ever seen in my life, mister. That could buy our farm back from the landlord. Wow, gee whiz, thanks. And then, like, the little boy runs off and leaves, like, this guy with the supposedly magic beans. And then that guy goes to, like, the local tavern. And he goes, look what I have! Magic beans! And every like, top-hatted, like, satin top hat having motherfucker in this tavern turns in unison, eyes glinting off the beans, and they all go, beans! And they all rush, and they all start fighting over the magic beans, swapping and trading more and more astronomical amounts of gold, just throwing it around. The entire tavern begins to split at the seams from the amount of gold that these rich barons and baronesses are throwing into the tavern. The very wooden beams of the tavern begin to shatter and shake under the weight of the beans and the beams and the money. And then it turns out, 3 years later, the entire land is just decimated under the weight of gold that has been dropped on this tavern. Just all of the gold of this fantasy world is just littered over the landscape. And, like, the last baron on top of the gold pile is like, I have them! The magic beans! And then he plants them in the dirt and nothing happens. And then suddenly, from every corner of the kingdom, comes every single peasant with a torch and a pitchfork. And then it becomes Mad Max Fury Road, alright? Like, that is a light rendition, a fictionalization of what has happened. And what may soon happen. Oh god. You should do more creative writing. Thanks. When I get my new my computer, my old computer set up, I do still owe all of you guys. Remember we did that charity stream to feed kids in Gaza? I do still owe you guys the fan fiction that I promised you that has something like 27 or like 42 different characters. I have them all written down on the other computer. So I'll write that on a stream sometime after I get set up. Oh god, you should GM some tabletop games. If any of you want to hear what I actually am like DMing tabletop games, there is actually a podcast where I do that. I used to do a podcast called The Best Games Period, and with some of the people I worked on that with, I did a live play podcast. Like I DM'd it and I produced it, and you can still listen to it. It's like 8 years old at this point, but it is some of the most fun I've ever had DMing, and I would recommend you all check it out. The actual segment is called Dragon Guard. And it is here. Yeah, here we go. I got you. I got you. All 25 tracks are still over on SoundCloud, actually. So there you guys go. Here you go. I'm sure you can find it on other platforms. Were you already a woman back then? I've been a woman the entire time, but I was not publicly out when I recorded that tabletop, so it might be a little bit jarring. But yeah, I don't know. I think I did a good job. We had a lot of fun. Beans, a one-woman play. I'm glad you guys like my bean bit. I didn't know I was gonna go that hard, but then it turns out I had a lot of feelings about the speculative market for magic beans. Oh god. Yeah, but if a lot of folks ask me about voice training, and by the time I was recording Dragon Guard, I was already out to myself and had already been working on some like voice training stuff, just because I produced the podcast, so I would record the podcast and then have to listen to my voice the entire time. So just learning how to pitch my voice a bit different was a whole process, but podcasting helped a lot. You dipped into all 7 layers of beans. Indeed, I did. Let's see here. Okay. I think now is a great time for me to take a break. I will be back in a bit. And when I return, we will do a bunch of things. We got a lot of stuff on the docket for tonight. But I will be right back. I need to go hug and smooch my partner and talk to her about the day a little bit. But then I will be back here to party with all y'all. Okay. BRB.
So this is a song that we wrote that I wrote with my friend Mike Richardson, who's from southern West Virginia, and it's about the coal mining wars in West Virginia in the 1920s, called the Battle of Blair Mountain. 2, 3, 4. Find a vein, drain the black gold. Open to God that the timbers hold. Like my father before me, it's all I know. We live only to harvest the coal, harvest the coal. Mine owner's mercy, about as shallow as a grave. We're living in shanty towns, we ain't got no say. 14-hour shifts, such a meager wage. And Mother Jones can't help us now anyway, anyway. We'll take the roads, we'll take the trees by force. Oh, deliver us alone from the gathering stores. Lay down your Bibles, take up your guns. Blair melted, here we come. Oh, here we come. Red bandanas that tell us what side you're on. Yeah, we're the rednecks of the Union 1921. We'll leave tonight at 13,000 strong and take the fight to Blair Mountain before the dawn, before the dawn. We'll take the roads, we'll take the trains by force. Oh, deliver us love from the gathering stores. Lay down your Bibles, take up your guns. Blair melted, here we come, here we come. Oh, fight for my father, still buried in the mine. I fight for my son, so he'll have a better life. We're soldiers of a great war, and it don't seem right to treat a man like a dog just to make a dime, just to make a dime. We'll take the roads, we'll take the trains by force. Oh, deliver us love from the gathering stores. Lay down your Bibles, take up your guns. Blair melted, here we come. Oh, here we come. Here we come. Find a vein, drain the black gold. You better hope to God that those timbers hold.
Yeah, wonderful. Wonderful.
I'm not a coal miner, as you well know, but I'm as close as I could be not to be one. My father was a coal miner who was killed in the mines, and my husband is slowly dying of black lung. And my husband and me was in the strike in the 30s in bloody Harlan County, and I do mean it is bloody too. And they tell me, these miners say, we're going to stick it out unless Duke Power signs the contract till hell freezes over. And the men knows they've got nothing to lose but their chains and their union to gain. So I say, hang in there. And now this song I composed in the 30s. And as you know, I'm old, that's 40 years ago, and I can't sing very well. But you can ask the scabs and the gun thugs which side they're on, because they're workers too. Come all you poor workers, good news to you I'll tell, how the good old Union has come in here to dwell. Which side are you on? Which side are you on? If you go to Harlan County, there is no neutral there. You'll either be a Union man or a thug for J.H. Blair. Which side are you on? Which side are you on?
Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Come all of you good workers, good news to you I'll tell of how the good old Union has come in here to dwell. Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? My daddy was a miner, and I'm a miner's son, and I'll stick with the Union till every battle's won. Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? They say in LA County there are no neutrals there. You'll either be a Union man or a scab for the boss, beware. Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, workers, can you stand it? Oh, tell me how you can. Will you be a lousy scab, or will you be a man? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Don't scab for the bosses, don't listen to their lies. Us poor folks haven't got a chance unless we organize. Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, 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 which side are you on? In 1948, the natives were expelled from the land of their ancestors. their homes and cities shelled, from the traitors in Transjordan to clandestine British demand, by the settlers' Zionist army that rampaged across the land. Oh Palestine, we hear your desperate plea, that once again across the land your people can be free. Oh Palestine, your people live in fear. We demand your emancipation from the river to the sea. In 1967, Israel did invade to conquer and to colonize what little had remained. The people of old Palestine, once again their fates entwined with the Zionist occupation of their homes and weary minds. Oh Palestine, we hear your desperate plea, that once again across the land your people can be free. Oh Palestine, your people live in fear. We demand your emancipation from the river to the sea. In 2023, they've come a final time to destroy your homes and families with a murderous, lethal design. The bombs overhead are falling as our leaders continue their lies. The sky does glow and the blood it flows as we hear the children's cries. Oh Palestine, we hear your desperate plea, that once again across the land your people can be free. Oh Palestine, your people live in fear. We demand your emancipation from the river to the sea. We stand with your emancipation. Your people will be free. When the people's will is swayed by a conman's cheap charade, despite the crass misogyny and blatant hypocrisy, when the fascist voices swell, we hear echoes of the past. They vilify the immigrants, the leftists and outcasts, when the opposition croaks and the people just don't vote for the same old tired rhetoric of neoliberal politics. We must organize the fight for our universal rights, for democracy and empathy to permeate this life. For it's not the immigrant who labors for some bread, who's making us toil till we drop dead. No, it's not minorities or peer-reviewed authorities, or queer folks and trans folks, or a multitude of deities. I say all are your comrades and none are your enemies in the momentous fight against all bourgeois priorities. Freedom is not those traditional values crafted from bigotry and classist realities. Freedom is freedom to move and disobey, to rely on one another to keep would-be kings at bay. Say none of us can stand alone against their power. We must stand together and make them cower. For the laws of this land have us used and abused, owned and subordinate to our patriarchal roots. I say it's high time we reinvent this whole operation to make mutual benefit our sole occupation. Because freedom is freedom to move and disobey, to rely on one another to keep would-be kings at bay. Say none of us can stand alone against their power. We must stand together and make them cower. Here we go. Yes, freedom is freedom to move and disobey, to rely on one another to keep would-be kings at bay. Say none of us can stand alone against their power. Rise, proletariat, and make them cower.
When the union's inspiration through the workers' blood shall run, there can be no power greater anywhere beneath the sun. Yet what force on earth is weaker than the feeble strength of one? But the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. Is there aught we hold in common with the greedy parasite, who would lash us into serfdom and would crush us with his might? Is there anything left to us but to organize and fight? For the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong.
They say our day is over, they say our time is through. They say you need no union if your collar isn't blue. Well, that is just another lie the boss is telling you, for the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong.
They divide us by our color, they divide us by our tongue. They divide us men and women, they divide us old and young. But they'll tremble at our voices when they hear these verses sung. For the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. They have taken untold millions that they never toiled to earn. But without our brain and muscle, not a single wheel can turn. We can break their haughty power, gain our freedom when we learn that the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. In our hands is placed a power greater than their hoarded gold, greater than the might of armies magnified 1,000-fold. We can bring to birth a new world from the ashes of the old, for the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever.
In a pleasant wooded valley lived a huntsman tall and able. He relied on skill and cunning for the food upon his table. He would walk the forest shadows with his little son in tow, teaching him the archer's art and all that he should know. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. In the valley there was freedom and a man was left to living, but as year gave way to year the ruling men grew less forgiving. On a day as black as death a governor to rule them came, turning landsmen into slaves, and Gessler was his name. In the center of the village Gessler set a lofty pillar, and he ordered every subject, be he serf or be he miller, to do homage to the hat that Gessler placed atop the pole, or to forfeit to the crown his life if not his soul. But the huntsman William Tell came into town the morning after. William heard of Gessler's order and could only roar with laughter. Honest men should hold a rank above a petty autocrat. I would never bow to him, I'll not bow to his hat. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Gessler's soldiers seized the huntsman and his little son for treason, but the people of the village cried for mercy and for reason. Gessler stays the execution, but a cruel test contrives. Prove to me your skill, and you may ransom back your lives. I have heard it said you have no peer with longbow and with arrow, that your shaft can find the quickest hare and fell the smallest sparrow. On the head of your young son I'll place an apple ripe and red. Split it with one shot, or at my word you both are dead. William Tell went to his son and said, I swear I will not hurt you. Courage will not bow to fear, nor shall this evil conquer virtue. Turn your face towards our home and stand as still as any tree. I will split the apple, we shall soon be home and free. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Every tongue was still and silent as the archer paced the distance. Gessler's soldiers lined the square and there was no hope of resistance. William knocked a single arrow, put his shoulders back and drew. Then the arrow sang and split the apple clean in two. All at once the crowd erupted into cheers and into chatter, and a second arrow fell from William's quiver with a clatter. Gessler said, why hold two arrows when I bid you shoot but one? That one would have found your heart if I had shot my son. Take the archer now and hang him, Gessler to his men was crying. But before the soldiers moved, the archer and his son were flying. From the shelter of the wood, the hunter loosed a final dart. Gessler died with William's arrow buried in his heart. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low. For the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow.
Those who make peaceful revolution impossible will make violent revolution inevitable.
Yes, we have to deny so many claims upon life to meet our shareholders' expectations.
including children, have lost their health insurance.
What's so frustrating is that politicians have spent decades saying they recognize the problem and they make promises to do something about it, and then almost nothing happens.
You know what they say to themselves in the dark. It's only a crime if you don't wear a tie. We keep them all busy paying their fines. In the epiphany, light up the spark. You know what they say to themselves in the dark. It's only a crime if you don't wear a tie.
Seniors are the fastest growing segment of the homeless population.
And this is a great thing because it inspires everybody, gets some motivation to look up to the 1% and say,
now they're looking at your vote, they're looking at your anger, and they're moving to apprehend those who say something in anger.
Increasingly by choice or by accident, this is the role our nation has taken, the role of those who make peaceful revolution impossible by refusing to give up the privileges and the pleasures that come from the immense profits of overseas investments.
You noble diggers all, stand up now, stand up now. You noble diggers all, stand up now. The wasteland to maintain, see Cavaliers by name. Your digging does maintain, and persons all defame. Stand up now, stand up now. The Cavaliers are foes, stand up now, stand up now. The Cavaliers are foes, stand up now. The Cavaliers are foes, themselves they do disclose, by verses not in prose, to police the singing boys. Stand up now, diggers all. The club is all their law. Stand up now, stand up now. The club is all their law. Stand up now. The club is all their law, to keep poor men in awe. But they no vision saw to maintain such a law. Stand up now, diggers all. The gentry are all round. Stand up now, stand up now. The gentry are all round. Stand up now. The gentry are all round. On each side they are found. Their wisdom so profound to cheat us of our ground. Stand up now, stand up now.
Your houses they pull down. Stand up now, stand up now. Your houses they pull down. Stand up now. Your houses they pull down to fright your men in town. But the gentry must come down and the poor shall wear the crown. Stand up now, diggers all. The lawyers they conjoin. Stand up now, stand up now. The lawyers they conjoin. Stand up now. To arrest you they advise. Such fury they devise. The devil in them lies and hath blinded both their eyes. Stand up now, stand up now. Their self-will is their law. Stand up now, stand up now. Their self-will is their law. Stand up now. Since tyranny came in, they count it now no sin to make a jail a gin, to starve poor men therein. Stand up now, diggers all. The clergy they come in. Stand up now, stand up now. The clergy they come in. Stand up now. The clergy they come in and say it is a sin that we should now begin our freedom for to win. Stand up now, diggers all. The tithes they yet will have. Stand up now, stand up now. The tithes they yet will have. Stand up now. The tithes they yet will have. And lawyers their freeze crave. And this they say is brave, to make the poor their slaves. Stand up now, diggers all. 'Gainst lawyers and 'gainst priests. Stand up now, stand up now. 'Gainst lawyers and 'gainst priests. Stand up now. For tyrants they are both, even flat against their oath. To grant us they are loath, free meat and drink and cloth. Stand up now, diggers all. With spades and hoes and plows. Stand up now, stand up now. With spades and hoes and plows. Stand up now. Your freedom to uphold, seeing cavaliers are bold, to kill you if they could, and rights from you to hold. Stand up now, diggers all.
This is a brand new song. This is the first time. You are the first audience to hear this song. It's a world premiere. This is the first time we've ever played it together. I'm writing it right now.
I mean, basically.
Recently, I was reminded of this lyric that floats around in several gospel songs, including "Oh Mary, Don't You Weep," which is, God gave Noah the rainbow sign, no more water, fire next time. And I was thinking about this summer and our yellow skies, and I thought, fire next time. So this song's called No More Water. I need a little bit more water.
Yeah.
That's like psychological. I'm feeling the smoke. Here we go. Ready?
No more water. No more water. Fire. Fire next time. Come gather, my children, come gather to me. The sky in the west is as dark as the sea. The air tastes of embers, it claws at your eyes. And I hear the horsemen following behind. No more water. No more water. No more water. Fire. Fire next time. Old Noah cried, hear me, the water will come and wreak mighty judgment on everyone. I warn you, my people, the time is not long for changing our ways, for righting our wrongs. No more water. No more water. No more water. Fire. Fire next time. The people dismissed and denied and delayed, long after the rivers were swollen with rain, and only when floodwaters swallowed their cries did the sign of the rainbow appear in the sky. No more water. No more water. No more water. Fire. Fire next time. The Lord said your family alone has been spared, and all of creation I leave in your care. But do not mistake me, remember my sign. I'll send no more water, but fire next time. No more water. No more water. No more water. Fire. Fire next time. Thank you.
Would you have freedom from wage slavery and join in the grand industrial band? Would you from misery and hunger be free and come do your share like a man?
There is power in a band of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule in every land. One industrial union grand.
Would you have sharings, the gold in the sky, and live in a shack away in the back? Would you have wings up in heaven to fly and starve here with rags on your back?
There is power in the band of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule in every land. One industrial union land.
If you've had enough of the blood of the lamb, then join in the grand industrial band. If for a change you would have eggs and ham, come do your share like a man.
There is power in the band of working men when they stand hand in hand.
that's the power that must rule in every land. One industrial union band. Well, if you like sluggers to beat off your head, then don't organize or unions despise. If you are nothing before you are dead, shake hands with your boss and look wise. There is power in the band of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule in every land. One industrial union band. Oh, come, oh, ye workers from every land, join in the grand industrial band. Then we our share of this earth shall demand. Come do your part like a man. There is power in the band of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule in every land. One industrial union band. Would you take contently what's put in your hand, less than you earned with one leg to stand? Would you believe what they tell you to be, or brothers go out and see? There is power in the band of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule every land. One industrial union band. There is power in those band working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule every land. One industrial union band. One industrial union band. One industrial union band.
On October 16, 1859, John Brown and nearly 24 slaves seized the armory at Harper's Ferry in West Virginia, hoping to use its massive arsenal in the struggle to end slavery. Captured and brought to trial at nearby Charleston, Brown was found guilty of treason. 1 month before his execution, he addressed a courtroom in Charleston, West Virginia.
I have, may it please the court, a few words to say. In the first place, I deny everything but what I have all along admitted, the design on my part to free the slaves. I intended certainly to have made a clear thing of that matter, as I did last winter when I went into Missouri and there took slaves without the snapping of a gun on either side, moved them through the country, and finally left them in Canada. I designed to have done that same thing again on a larger scale. That was all I intended. I never intended murder, or treason, or destruction of property, or to excite or incite the slaves to rebellion or make insurrection. I have another objection, and that is, it is unjust that I should suffer such a penalty. Had I interfered in the manner which I admit, and which I admit has been fairly proved, had I so interfered in behalf of the rich, the powerful, the intelligent, the so-called great, or in behalf of any of their friends, either father, mother, brother, sister, wife, or children, or any of that class, and suffered and sacrificed what I have in this interference, it would have been all right. And every man in this courtroom would have deemed it an act worthy of reward rather than punishment. This court acknowledges, I suppose, the validity of the law of God. I see a book kissed here, which I suppose to be the Bible, or at least the New Testament. That teaches me that whatsoever I would that men should do to me, I should do even so to them. And it teaches me further to remember them that are in bonds as bound with them. I endeavored to act up to that instruction. Now, I say I am yet too young to understand that God is any respecter of persons. I believe that to have interfered, as I have done, as I have always freely admitted I have done, in behalf of his despised poor, was not wrong, but right. Now, if it is deemed necessary that I should forfeit my life for the furtherance of the ends of justice, and mingle my blood with the blood of my children, and with the blood of millions in this slave country, whose rights are disregarded by wicked, cruel, and unjust enactments, I submit, so let it be done.
It was in 1859 that John Brown led a little band of men against the arsenal at Harper's Ferry. John Brown's pitiful little army was crushed, and John Brown himself was captured. When the commanding officer, Colonel Robert E. Lee, asked John Brown what was his purpose, Brown replied, "My purpose, sir, is to free the slaves." "By whose authority?" asked Robert E. Lee. And John Brown answered, "By the authority of Almighty God." John Brown's body lies mouldering in the grave. John Brown's body lies mouldering in the grave. John Brown's body lies mouldering in the grave, but his soul goes marching on. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. And his soul goes marching on. John Brown died that the slaves might be freed. John Brown died that the slaves might be free. John Brown died that the slaves might be free, and his soul goes marching on. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. His soul goes marching on. He captured Harper's Ferry with his 19 men so true. He frightened old Virginia till she trembled through and through. They hung him for a traitor, themselves the traitor crew, but his soul goes marching on. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. And his soul goes marching on. He's gone to be a soldier in the army of the Lord. He's gone to be a soldier in the army of the Lord. He's gone to be a soldier in the army of the Lord, and his soul goes marching on. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. And his soul goes marching on. 2 years after John Brown was hanged, Julia Ward Howe sat in her hotel room in Washington, listening to the regiment sing John Brown's body as they marched to the front. From her windows, she could see the campfires of the Union Army, and as she watched them, a poem began to form in her mind. Have seen the glory of the coming of the Lord. He is trampling out the vintage where the grapes of wrath are stored. He hath loosed the fateful lightning of his terrible swift sword. His truth is marching on. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, hallelujah, his truth is marching on. "53 years after Julia Ward Howe wrote the Battle Hymn of the Republic, Ralph Chaplin, a poet, artist, and organizer for the industrial workers of the world, wrote Solidarity Forever. The idea had come to him while he was in West Virginia helping the coal miners during one of their great strikes. Chaplin said, "I wanted a song to be full of revolutionary fervor and to have a chorus that was singing and defiant. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the Union makes us strong." When the Union's inspiration through the workers' blood shall run, there can be no power greater anywhere beneath the sun. Yet what force on earth is weaker than the feeble strength of one? But the Union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the Union makes us strong. They have taken untold millions they never toiled to earn, but without our brain and muscle, not a single wheel could turn. We can break their haughty power, gain our freedom when we learn that the Union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the Union makes us strong. In our hands is placed the power greater than their hoarded gold, greater than the might of armies, magnified 1,000-fold. We can bring to birth a new world from the ashes of the old, for the Union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the Union makes us strong.
I'm gonna tell you, fascists, you may be surprised. The people in this country are getting organized. You're bound to lose, you fascists, bound to lose. I'm gonna tell you, workers, when you cash your checks, they say America first, but they mean America's next. You're bound to lose, you fascists, bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. marching across these fields where a million fascists died. You're bound to lose, you fascists, bound to lose. I'm going into battle, gonna take my Union gun, and I ain't gonna lay it down till every battle's won. You're bound to lose, you fascists, bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. Race hatred cannot break us, but I'm learning quick. Our children won't be sold on your poison rhetoric. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. Here comes a big machine surrounding all your hate, forcing it to surrender. Now it's getting late. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. Take my hand in your hand and walk with me to the promised land. Beat your drum and join the band, and we'll chase away the clouds of the morning. We don't need any more than we are. We don't have to be afraid. There is a power in these legs and arms and the voices that we can raise, saying no, we won't go away. I have heard the crowds of the old and the young when the steel canyons echoed with the songs that were sung, and the streets were filled and the law was undone, and the fever of the people was breaking. We don't need any hand-me-downs, we're not looking for charity. We've been fooled, we've been jerked around, and there's only so much we can say. No, we won't go away. Oh, the time it will come all over the earth. We will lay down our tools and concessions we'll refuse when there's nothing left to lose. Throw our bodies on the gears and stop this infernal machine. There's another day just about to unfold, when another world will rise from the ashes of the old, and the meek will follow in the footsteps of the bold, when we realize what's ours for the taking. We don't need any weapons of war, not a drop of blood will fall away. They are many, but we are many more, and the sky will echo our refrain. No, we won't go away. Oh, 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 have to lose. Throw our bodies on the gears and stop this infernal machine.
Come on and take a walk with me through this green and growing land. Walk through the meadows and the mountains and the sand. Walk through the valleys and the rivers and the plains. Walk through the sun and walk through the rain. Here's a land full of power and glory, beauty that words cannot recall. All her power shall rest on the strength of her freedom. Glory shall rest on us all. From Colorado, Kansas, and the Carolinas to Virginia and Alaska, from the old to the new, Texas and Ohio and the California shore. Tell me who could ask for more? Here is a land full of power and glory, beauty that words cannot recall. All her power shall rest on the strength of her freedom. Glory shall rest on us all. Yet she's only as rich as the poorest of the poor, only as free as a padlocked prison door, only as strong as our love for this land, only as tall as we stand. For here is a land full of power and glory, beauty that words cannot recall. All her power shall rest on the strength of her freedom. Glory shall rest on us all. Come on and take a walk with me through this green and growing land. Walk through the meadows and the mountains and the sand. Walk through the valleys and the rivers and the plains. Walk through the sun and walk through the rain. Here is a land full of power and glory, beauty that words cannot recall. All her power shall rest on the strength of her freedom. Glory shall rest on us all, on us all.
Well, I'm going to start off with a song about a woman who is a heroine of mine. Her name at birth was Mary Harris, and she was born in Cork City, right there in Shandon, right in the centre of Cork. And she didn't stay too long because her parents emigrated to America. And she, in later life, became a union agitator, I think, more than an organiser. And her name became Mother Jones, and she organised or agitated on behalf of the coal miners, largely of West Virginia and Colorado, and she was a great woman. She didn't live in Cork very long, but she certainly had a tongue which could only have been raised in Cork. It's called The Spirit of Mother Jones. Mother Jones is dead and gone, she could no longer stay. No one knew how old she was, but she was often heard to say how she was born in 1830 in the Swede County Cork. But she crossed the foaming billows till she landed in New York. Mother Jones, the miner's angel, must be treated with respect. She's an old-fashioned lady, and you never would suspect that this gown and this bonnet would fill a rich man full of dread. She's the most dangerous woman in America, they said. Marching up the street with her umbrella in her hand. I can hear her still at Ludlow, where the miners made a stand. And she says, John T., will you kindly tell to me, how could you let your troopers lay them 13 children down in the horrors of West Virginia and in Colorado too? Mother Jones and her miners they never could subdue, and the men they stood and cried in their tents and tried to cry. And the women stood like a wall of steel, and nothing could batter down. Mother Jones, the miner's angel, must be treated with respect. She's an old-fashioned lady, and you never would suspect that this gown and this bonnet would fill a rich man full of dread. She's the most dangerous woman in America, they said. Now for the horrors of child labour, says she. And the march of the mill children took place in 1903 from Philadelphia to New York. And she says, I'm going to show Wall Street the flesh and blood they squeezed to make their dough. When she died in 1930, oh, the sadness was profound. And they laid her to rest in a Union burial ground. And she lies in Mount Olive, where the midnight wind it moans. Stand up for the Union, cries the spirit of Mother Jones. And the rich man and his police and his pulpit and his press got away with murder, then they'd get away with it yet. But we'll forge a mighty union, and we won't be overthrown, and we never will forget the spirit of Mother Jones.
Hello, hello, hello. How we doing, folks? How we doing? Ning. And Van Briggs? Fine, I will hydrate. We thought you died? No, I had to talk to my partner. My mom's in the hospital, and so I was catching my partner up on what was going on with that. And yeah, so it's not great news, and that is why it took me a long time. My faith that you'd come back from getting SIGs never wavered, not once. That's okay. Yeah, sorry, I do apologize it took me a long time, folks. Hope everything's okay. Everything is not okay. And tomorrow's going to be very scary. She's going in for a few surgeries and tests that will be pretty important. But on the plus side, I did get to come back with a cool-ass candle that smells really nice. Diabetes is a bitch, folks. Don't if you can help it, don't make the life changes required so that you don't
ain't gotta
have
apologize
to,
for nothing. We here for you, lady.
That one American, thank you for the tier 1 sub. But yeah, don't get diabetes if you can help it, folks. It sucks. It really, really sucks. Hope she's okay. She is not okay. That that's kind of like one of the takeaways. She is very not okay. Let's see. I got diabetes a few years ago. It really does suck. Yeah. But you know, if you do a good job managing it, like you can like you can live out like your full life. My mom did not do a great job managing, and
Jack, I called into work tonight
Yeah.
because I didn't feel up to it, but your stream is really nice, and now I am making mashed potatoes with fried
Ooh.
ham. Also, do you have the break music in a playlist I can find?
Why, yes, I do have it in a handy dandy playlist, but it's not in a playlist that you can find. However, it is in a playlist that I can link to you. So here you go. There you go. Type 2 diabetes is not hard to acquire. It is not, which is why, you know, like when you start having those signs, you need to take them seriously. You know, my mom has lost parts of her body to diabetes in the past, and might be doing so again. And so I would just, you know, I'm just encouraging you folks, like, take it seriously. Go for more walks. Go for, you know, if you can't do walks, do like body weight exercises, you know? Like just get into the habit of doing more shit. My sister struggled with type 1 her whole life. Yeah, it's hard. It's hard shit. Even 5 minutes of exercise is significantly better than none. True. Do some yoga. Go for a walk. You know, go on like a little bicycle ride. You know, a little gay bicycle ride. That would fit well with a lot of you folks. You know, a lot of you are a little gay. Might have little bicycles. Could ride your little gay bicycle. My life got significantly healthier when I kicked sugary drinks. And to be fair, I do still drink these, but these only have 25 calories versus, you know, 200 some.
I heard there was actually a cure that was found a couple months ago for type 1 diabetes from stem cells.
Yeah, no, there's some really, really promising treatments on the horizon, and it just really sucks that none of them are viable for my mom. You know, you know, like she's a little bit too far gone. Also, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs, Sake Tanuki. And also for the 2 tier 1 subs. Very much appreciated. And let's see. What is this?
Scientists may have just killed a woman's...
God, you know, Dr. Ben Miles just consistently has a bunch of, like, YouTube shorts that I'm kind of like, whoa, that's crazy! And I feel like he's pretty trustworthy, but at the same time, sometimes he puts out stuff where I'm like, that does sound crazy. That does sound like I need to do additional reading before I get excited about this.
Type 1 diabetes with a single dose of lab-grown stem cells. This is Amanda Smith from London, Ontario. She is one of the first people with type 1 diabetes to ditch insulin entirely as part of a new clinical trial called Forward. Scientists started with pluripotent stem cells, blank slate cells with the potential to become almost anything. Then, through a carefully timed cocktail of signals and conditions, they coaxed them into becoming fully differentiated islet cells.
But can they coax them into becoming guns? That's the only way it will go mainstream in America.
These included beta cells, a specialized cell found in the pancreas that produces insulin, and the ones that are usually destroyed by type 1 diabetes. These engineered cells were then delivered into the liver, where they integrated with the body's own tissues and started to regulate glucose.
What?
In this
That's
trial,
so
10 of the
fucking
12
cool.
participants became insulin-free within a single year.
Okay, so I'm kind of a dumbass. Is this basically saying that they modified a liver to function as a kidney? Like I'm a little bit of a moron here. Is that essentially what they're saying?
If this scales, it could eliminate the need for daily injections, glucose monitors, and insulin pumps. At the moment, patients like Amanda will still have to take immunosuppressants to stop the cells being rejected by the body, but in the future, these cells may be able to be made from the patient's own cells. And finally, instead of just managing diabetes, we may be able to treat it at the root cause, a single infusion and a lifetime off of injected insulin.
We're free!
If you like science and think stem cells are nature's ultimate software update,
I know Kung Fu.
Follow for more. Scientists may have just cured a woman's type 1 diabetes with a single dose of lab.
That's so fucking cool. Yeah, liver with pancreas upgrade. A pank river. That's super cool. Thanks for sharing, Sake Tanuki. Also, not smart. Thank you for the $15 dono. Pog, I finally found an Indian place that might deliver to me rather... I'd rather not have to go near where my mom's shitty ex lives, just to get any Indian food. I know you're gone, but I'm sending anyways. Thank you, not
We all
smart.
know that because it's beta cells from stem cells, Trump will ban it. If it was alpha cells, maybe.
What about... But no one ever talks about the omega cells. I wonder why that is. Oh, God. Also, like, a good Indian restaurant is literally life-changing. Indian food is, like, some of the top-tier food in that exists. And, like... Okay, yeah, you guys are talking about Sigma cells. I went in a very different direction, you silly little billies. Omegaverse is so funny, it really is. There we go. Oof. They just started really using mRNA in stem cell research. Recently, they also found a highly effective treatment for Huntington's. Using mRNA, very cool for my friend whose mom has it, and he's worried he'll get it too because it's genetic. Oh, that's wonderful, Mix Vivian Wolf. What about ligma cells? Wait, beans? You did a beans song?
What? Give me the beans! I must have these beans!
Holy shit.
Beans? Well, I say, young fellow, did you say something about beans? Magical beans? Some mystical legumes? Well, I'll give you 1,000 gold pieces for it. Magic beans!
I don't know how to tell my family members what I do anymore. I don't know. I don't know what to tell my family members what I do anymore. Because on the one hand, it's like, oh yeah, I talk about the news and politics. And on the other hand, this. Oh, God. Jazz Dog, thank you for the beans.
Jazz Dog is too powerful.
Jazz Dog is too powerful. And Nathan, thank you for the $5 dono. Very much appreciated. I'm fast when I need to be, especially when beans. God. Let's see here. There you go.
Chat should learn how to make butter chicken, paneer and or korma. It's way easier than you think and super cheap as week meal prep.
It's true. Butter chicken, especially if you make a high-protein butter chicken with, say, cottage cheese, which I know is sacrilegious, but it does work. Super great. Also, paneer, top tier. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 4 tier 1 subs. Very, very much
Of
appreciated.
course, a goddess gets a song about the most magical fruit.
Oh, God. One-eyed Heathen, thank you for the $5 super chat. Okay. Also, if you see me fiddling with these headphones, I got a new pair of headphones. And I'm not entirely sure which audio mode I like them in yet. Maybe this one. This one might be the best. I paused my Grounded 2 to make that. Hope you're happy. I am happy. You know...
What? Give me the beans! I must have these beans! Beans? Why, I say, young fellow, did you say something about beans? Magical beans? Some mystical legumes? Well, I'll give you 1,000 gold pieces for it. Magic beans!
Oh, boy. Oh, God. The reverb is set to cathedral. Nice. God. Why do you sound like a bad guy in an indie RPG? Because I was voicing a character that is the embodiment of investment, venture capital into AI startups. That's why I was playing a bad guy. The John Beatman boss fight. Yeah, no one ever saw the Bean Man coming in Silksong. I might have to cook some black bean soup in honor of your video. I literally made a black bean chili yesterday. Hold your nose, the bean bubble's about to burst. Oh, God. Comrade Girl 2018, it's all good. All right. Let's go. So we're back. We did AI. We did the world understanding that AI is bad, okay? And like a financial bubble that is about to burst. All right. I guess, you know, we'll just do a little update. Well, dragons are poggers. Regardless of how you feel about AI, talking about it being a bubble is not really related to its utility. I mean, it's somewhat related to the utility, but, like, the financial elements behind AI are a different beast. Oof. Donate to stream if you beans. Have I diversified my bean portfolios? Nah, I need to talk with my my bean counter about it. All right, we'll just talk about it a little bit, see if anything interesting shakes out. But folks, Donald Trump is going to pay soldiers. So that's good. You know, like the families of soldiers aren't going to go hungry. But I will also point out here that it's absolutely insane that basically this is another constitutional crisis that is happening. Like, Are we spinning the wheel tonight? Yes. This is another constitutional crisis that is happening, right? Because basically what they're doing to try and pay the troops is they are finding the money, and that money has already been appropriated by Congress. You can't just not spend that money and spend it on something else. And so basically what the Trump administration is proposing is to move money that has been slated for like research and development over into payroll, and you can't do that. But you can't legally do that, right? And so, but like none of the mainstream media is really talking about the fact that Donald Trump can't legally do that. And it's just frustrating, right? Like that's why Schumer caving when it comes to the shutdown is like fundamentally like you can't cave because like these people aren't going to actually follow the law or the Constitution. It's ridiculous. Anyway, I thought you'd also appreciate an update from Portland tonight. Let's take a quick look. I can't play the music because they're playing very loud music, but as you can see, the threat to ICE officers has only increased. Look at this gang, this vicious criminal gang of inflatable frogs and bears and dinosaurs and giraffes and elephants. It's truly the threat is growing more dire by the day. Sure, they all look cute and cuddly now, but wait until they turn feral and vicious. Yeah, it's Antifa committing reverse racism. Also, Bernie Sanders is once again just proving he is the absolute GOAT.
No, Speaker Johnson, the No Kings rally on October 18th is not a hate America rally. In fact, it's quite the contrary. It's a love America rally. It's a rally of millions of people all over this country who believe in our Constitution, who believe in American freedom, and are not going to let you and Donald Trump turn this country into an authoritarian society. It's a group of people who are disgusted that you and your friends want to double healthcare premiums in this country and take healthcare away from 15 million Americans. The right to protest is what America is about. You are not going to stop us.
God. Dude just has always been cool as hell. Also, like, guys, even relatively middle of the road Dems are coming out of the woodwork to get people out to like protest. It's great.
Our founders were afraid of this step. They knew that the military in cities
for context, this is the Attorney General of Colorado.
Would chill people's exercise of their rights, would leave people feeling occupied. That's exactly what this republic was founded on not happening. It cannot happen lightly. There's no basis in law or in on-the-ground facts for doing it. We all need to speak loud and clear. And that's the one constraint we need. Public opinion has got to say, we can't cross this line, not in America.
That said, people go into the streets to protest, and there are inevitably going to be tension points between federal officers and those protesters. And then President Trump has used those moments of altercations in the streets, even isolated, as then the predicate to send in more troops and so forth. What is your message to Coloradans who want to protest what ICE is doing in our community and who would want to protest if troops are ever sent here? What do you say to them?
Show up at the No Kings rally on October 18th at the Capitol. As many people as possible and be as peaceful as possible. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid to show up. But also, we've got to be peaceful. It's going to be a challenge, because your point is right. If people do engage in provocative conduct, you're playing into the argument that there is some type of emergency. Our founders were...
That's right. We're also talking about Kyle Clark. Kyle Clark out there just being the best egg imaginable. Lady Domina, hell yeah. Handmaid's Tale red outfit, let's go. Also be very, very silly. I'm gonna be silly. I bought a frog costume. I'm bringing the frogs to Minnesota. I need to do a Spirit Halloween run. Do it. Do it. Getting some sign stuff tomorrow? Hell yeah. Gonna dress up as Lily Monster. Alright. Okay. Anyway, I just thought that'd be fun. Now, of course, many of you are sitting there thinking, but Jack, what about the wheel? What about the goddamn wheel? You can't strip us of this fundamental right to spin a wheel. And you're right. You all are so right. Okay? All right. What's a wheel? Well, we have this sub counter here, and you guys have clearly shattered the sub count. I'm just gonna take that extra digit off there because you guys have traded that digit for a spin of the wheel of pain and pleasure. Obviously, there are some good things on this wheel, and there are some also very painful things on this wheel. And we're gonna spin it. It's wheel time, motherfuckers. Wheel. Oh, god damn it. Well, we got Steven Crowder. We got the Steven Crowder option. Now I am gonna throw out there what I did last time, which is that you guys have 5 minutes, if you so choose, to respin the wheel. But it costs 10 subs to respin the wheel. Okay? But I am gonna throw up the timer, and I am gonna offer you guys the same thing we've done each time. There we go. Time for the most divorced man on earth competition. Boom. How much is 10 subs? $50 total. Each sub is $5. You guys can collectively do it if you'd like. Not Smirt.
Quiet Crowder.
Not Smirt with the $25 dono. That's 5 right there. Sake Tanuki with the 2 gifted subs. That's 7.
I don't want anybody else can always be played loudly to a sexy T-Rex costume dance in front of ice.
It's very true, Sake Tanuki. The best form of protest, really. That's an 8. And Zetetic with the 2 subs. That's 10. You guys got 10. I'm assuming the subs are to respin. Just to double check, Zetetic and Sake Tanuki, are your subs going towards respins? And sorry you're blue.
Here ya go.
Sorry you're blue. Thank you for the tier 1 sub. Ominous hurry. I did kind of want to watch Crowder, so mine are not for a respin. Oh shit! Oh shit! Okay, so You guys are currently at 9.
Wash good you all. 3.
Ava, are you donating to Respin? We are currently $5 away from respinning the wheel, and there are only 2 minutes 50 seconds left. Fourth Booth, thank you for the $4.99. That wheel is cursed. I want no part. I'm sorry. Also, all of these subs do go to another spin of the wheel. Like, they still count to the next sub goal. How do you donate to spin? Just a $5 super chat. Like, you click the super chat buttons. Oh man, chat. Daily Fatigue Bear with the 10 tier 1 subs. I have to double check. Is that to chat? Is that to count towards... Is that to count towards a respin? Ace Hard there. Thank you for the tier 1 sub. But are these to respin the wheel? It's so important to know. I assume it is, but I can't assume. I'm the arbiter of the wheel. Hoopty, thank you for the $5 super chat. Is that to respin the wheel? Can we donate to not respin? I can't allow it because the they are excellent daily fatigue bar. All right, we're respinning. The respin. The respinning is upon us. All right. Here you guys go. You guys are getting that respin. A wheel of pain and pleasure. What do you have for us today? Oh, okay. We got Zateo. I'm okay with that. I'm alright with that. Okay. So, folks. Who's Zateo? Zateo is a news outlet. All right. God, I was hoping for Time Changer. Genuinely, we are getting really close to another spin of the wheel for content. So, you guys might see Time Changer yet. All right. She's Medi. So, folks. We are gonna learn a little bit about Hindu nationalism. Because for those of you who don't know, what's going on right now in Modi's India is not great. There is a Hindu nationalist movement that has been sweeping across India, and not a lot of folks talk about it. It's just like not something that like people in the United States generally have been talking about. I've talked about it a little bit, but I got to be honest with you, part of the reason I haven't talked more about it, despite the fact that I am aware it is a pressing issue, is that I just don't know enough about what exactly is happening, right? And so one of the ways I thought we could all get a little bit more up to speed on what is happening in India at the moment is a recent piece that Zateo put out on Hindu nationalism, where Mehdi-Hasan sits down and talks with Arundhati Roy about Hindu nationalism specifically. And I thought it'd be a really interesting conversation for us to talk about and learn about. So let's, this was actually one of the better options on the wheel, okay? You guys You got this was one of the better options on the wheel. Yeah, we gonna be talking about some Hindutva. Let's go.
She is a world-renowned Booker Prize-winning author known for her best-selling novels such as The God of Small Things and The Ministry of Utmost Happiness, as well as her non-fiction, her books on capitalism, imperialism, and free speech. Yes, Arundhati Roy is not just a writer, she's a dissident, someone who's been under the threat of arrest by the Indian government time and time again, including currently for comments she made on Kashmir over a decade ago. And now Arundhati is out with her first ever memoir, Mother Mary Comes to Me, which is centered around her rather complex relationship with her mother, the late Mary Roy. And I'm delighted to say the one and only Arundhati Roy joins me now here in New York City. Welcome.
Thank you.
Such a pleasure to have you here in person. So glad that you're on this book tour. You have written a lot of books, a lot of famous books, best-selling books, fiction, non-fiction. This is your first memoir, Mother Mary Comes to Me, which I urge you, get your copy now. A fantastic read. Touches on a lot of topics, but it's centered around your complicated relationship, I think it's fair to say, with your late mother, Mary Roy, who died in 2022.
Danny
She
Boy
was a
the
very
Great.
well-known
Hello.
women's rights activist.
Where you been?
She was a well-known educator. She won a major case at the Indian Supreme Court. What was it about her that made you want to make your memoir, make her the focal point of your memoir? And I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, she was also an inspiration for the character in God of Small Things as well.
She liked to think so.
Oh, she said so in interviews. Okay.
But what was it about her? Well, she as you said, she was an extraordinary person. She belonged to this very small community in Kerala called the Syrian Christians. Married outside, left her husband, my father, and then made a
Mother Mary Comes to Me
an
too.
amazing school,
Sometimes
still
twice
founded.
if I'm really into
The
it.
reason I wrote it, as I said in
Paladin,
in
thank you for the
early
$10
chapters,
dono.
I mourn her more than a daughter mourning her mother. I mourn her as a writer who's lost her most enthralling subject, because she's a person who I just don't think anybody could make up their minds about. She had this tremendous.
Okay, I gotta be honest. Not super interested in this lady's memoir. No disrespect. I'm sure it's fascinating. I do everyone should read God of Small Things. But we're gonna skip ahead to the Hindu nationalism part.
India has turned into this nationalistic, repulsively majoritarian state. Sometimes you take a position and you are alone, and you have to understand that it's okay to be alone.
Yes. On that note, when you were writing about the banning of your mother's school performance of Jesus Christ Superstar, which had been criticized for religious reasons, you say of that incident that, quote, macro versions of it were convulsing India. Specifically, you point to the rise of Hindu nationalists, their demolition of the Babri Mosque in the early 90s. That resulted in all sorts of convulsions, violence. It was spearheaded by the BJP, which is now, wasn't then, but is now the governing party in India, has been for over a decade. At that
Isn't Hindu nationalism the villain in Monkey Man? Quite literally, yeah.
The Beatles are such circle jerkers. Proof? Their best song is Come Together. Checkmate liberal.
Jazz Dog, thank you for the $5 dono.
time in the early 1990s, did you foresee what kind of road your country was going down?
Well, actually, a lot of things, happened to me because not because I read about it or because I analyzed news reports, but I was working in cinema, and I was in the city of Bhopal in central India, and I was at that time, I'm an architect by training, and I was a production designer of this film. I was getting some truckloads of wood and construction material from Bhopal to this little town in the mountains where we were shooting, and I actually saw the Rath Yatra, Advani's Rath Yatra, the chariot procession, asking for the mosque to be demolished and a temple to be built, and I just saw the absolute hatred that was being whipped up, so you knew that something was coming.
Talking about taking an isolated stand, you talk in your book about how after you won the Booker Prize in '97 for The God of Small Things, India, the government, the society, begins to trot you out as, quote, part of a sort of national pride parade that segged seamlessly into the celebration of Hindu nationalism. You, of course, decided that you would not be part of that. And in 98, when India declared itself a nuclear armed state, you published a scathing critique of the government's nuclear weapons policy, which you say, quote, kicked me off my literary star fairy princess pedestal. Was that a hard decision to make, knowing what was going to happen to you, that it was going to put a target on your back? And have you ever wondered, are there moments where you think, how different my life would have been had I done what most other celebrities and novelists and other stars do and just gone with the flow?
No, not for a second, because it's not like I had some, I mean, it's always better on our side, isn't it? It's always more fun.
Can I just take a moment to like, I know it's not a super insightful piece of commentary from me, but like I respect this lady's like style. Look at this embroidered flower, just beautiful.
And it wasn't that like I felt I was sacrificing anything, because I was so uncomfortable with that sort of fake adulation, and then you're expected to behave in a certain way, and then I was supposed to write the son of the god of small things and the god of small things too, and I'm really not interested. So to me, the point is that I write what I write in order to respect myself, and if I stop respecting myself as a writer, I will stop being a writer, you know. So I write to make space for myself and to make space for a political point of view, which, you know, some people are not in a position to put out, or some people, don't want to for various reasons. But for me, it's never been, there's never been a moment where I felt, oh, I should do this, or I should keep quiet, or I should suck up to so and so, you know.
You're under threat of prosecution in India right now, ridiculously, for comments you made on Kashmir in 2010. I have to ask, what first drew you in the first place? You said you're an architect by training, you're working on a film set, you write a novel, a fiction. How do you get drawn to all these marginalized people, to their causes, to their struggles, not just Muslims in Kashmir or poor people across India, but Naxalites, Maoist insurgents deep in the rural jungle? What draws someone like you with your background, your upbringing? How do you end up standing with these people?
Well, I don't think of them as these people, you know.
But people different to your background and upbringing.
Well,
Very
not,
different.
Not all of them.
Okay.
You know, there are so many, there's so many people fighting out there who are, who, you know, who are not looking at it as some personal battle, but it's a sort of spectrum of a political point of view. And for me, that's what it always is. I'm not fighting on behalf of anybody. I am doing it because I'm in the swim of things. I am a part of it all, and I have a political point of view which is not subject based.
The weird thing is that from what I've heard about Hinduism, there's plenty of room to accept Islam's existence. And that's true, right? But the issue is that Hindutva combines... It's like evangelical Christian nationalism here in the US. It's just fundamentalism of a different sort, right? So, like, it is like a bastardization of patriotism and religious belief into like a nationalistic fervor that uses a hollow rendition of Hinduism to recruit and gain followers and power, right? So like Hindutva, my understanding is would be analogous in this context to like Christian nationalism, where like you could right, like you could imagine like a Christian who actually attempts to follow or live up to the example of Christ, who's just a really swell guy, right? Like you can have that is possible. That is a possible interpretation of the text and like, you know, theology. But when you get nationalism involved and you combine those two things, then it takes on a very different tenor, to say the least.
No, I see the connection between dams and displacement and mining and climate change and fundamentalism and the walls between Hindu nationalism and the corporates. The fact that the Indian mass media is criminal. There's no other description
Yeah.
for it, and they are owned by these corporations. There's a direct
Don't think of it as polytheistic nationalism, because that's not what it is. You know, the same way like people Donald Trump doesn't know like the books of the Bible, right? This is why he calls it like Corinthians 2. And you know, like, oh, my favorite book is Corinthians 2. He doesn't know anything about it. To the nationalists who want to co-opt the religious fervor, it's just a symbol. It's just turning religion into a symbolic tool that they can then wield to gain power. That's it. Right? And like, I am not entirely sure why polytheistic nationalism couldn't make sense, but or would make less sense. But also, like, it's less about the actual tenets of the religion and more about the fundamentalist use of it combined with a will to state power.
conflict of interest. So for me, it's just developing a worldview.
Yeah, it's about having an
a
in-group,
point of
exactly,
view,
Adder,
and
Adder,
it
Cop.
doesn't come from just theoretical stuff. It
No, I
comes
get that.
from
I think you're being admirably modest, because I think a lot of people have that worldview that you have and can draw those connections, but most people don't end up in the jungle with the Naxalites. You do admirably. And I'm just wondering, is it something, you know, since we're talking about your life and your upbringing, is it something that just ignited that fire in you that says, I have to be there?
I think it could be like I don't know about how to make those connections, but for me, if I think about it, it is really the curiosity of a writer, a person who, because I'm a fiction writer, I'm a reporter sometimes in a literary sense. I need to feel it. I need to smell it. I need to touch it, you know?
Yeah.
So even when, for example, I've written a lot about all these fake attacks and fake, you know, terrorists and fake assassination attempts. And it started by my being in jail and meeting a woman called Afsan Guru who had been, put into jail for this parliament attack, which sounded so hokey from the start. And then I met her. I realized she had no idea why she was there. I came out. I just went off to Goa alone with a tower of legal documents just to say, what the hell is going on here, you know, and came back and realized that it's absolutely crazy and the Supreme Court passes a judgment sentencing someone to death, saying that we have no evidence to prove that he belonged to a terrorist group, but in order to satisfy the collective conscience of society, we are sentencing him to death. And then they hanged him, Afzal Guru, you know. So to me, these are things, these ought to be the preoccupations of a writer.
Yes.
You know, whatever my childhood was, or whoever my mother was, or whatever it was, but you know, just
About being a writer.
just practicing your craft is that.
And it comes with consequences. You mentioned being in jail, meeting this person. After your nuclear weapons essay, The End of Imagination, you became a regular target for Hindu nationalists in India who were rising in power at that time. You write in the book one time that you were in the middle of receiving a routine mammogram, and your doctor begins to criticize your books and then lecture.
Oh, Jesus, that would be so fucking uncomfortable. Like, your doctor doesn't even let on that he knows who you are, then, like, suddenly starts talking about your goddamn books.
To you on why India needs nuclear weapons. Now, first of all, I hope you've changed doctors. But second of all, what does that say about nationalist fever in India, that people feel they can say this in the most private, intimate of settings, bring politics
But
into it?
you see, Mehdi, the thing is, we all spend a lot of time critiquing the government, the state, the policy. In India, it is now the people. You know, I mean, India used to be a friend of Palestine.
Yep.
India used to be a dig. And I mean, there have been no protests about the genocide in Gaza. If 20 people protest, the police don't break it up. The shopkeepers break it up. The right-wing Hindu nationalists.
You don't need the state.
Yeah, I mean, it's how do you unpoison that river now? You know.
So I want to come back to Gaza in a moment, just on poisoning this river, and India's obviously several fascist steps ahead of the United States where we are right now, but it's a similar playbook. Before we get to that, You say in the book on India's turn towards nationalism, you write, had I been any younger, I might have walked into that gilded cage and sung my gilded song for the rest of my days. So what do you make of the people in the gilded cages right now, the Bollywood stars, the celebrities, who have not just sat in that cage, they've become cheerleaders proactively for the Modi nationalist government. They proactively push films with ultra-nationalist, sometimes Islamophobic messages in them. What do you make of these stars in Bollywood who are, whatever you think about Hollywood, they stood up to Trump in many ways, the liberals in Hollywood.
Absolutely.
Bollywood, though, not so much.
Bollywood and the mainstream media, TV anchors, they're like lynch mob leaders sometimes, and people who actually lynch people put it up on
Yeah.
YouTube and boast about it. Bollywood, yes, Bollywood has made some unforgivable films that lead to mass hysteria. I mean, it's not everybody. There are some people who haven't fallen into that, but it is that's what I'm saying. It's part of the culture now, and it's repulsive to watch. I mean, just artistically repulsive. Most of these films, of course, collapse at the box office, which is good, but some don't. But on the whole, to watch a country that once had some kind of grace lose its dignity like this
Is she anti-Bollywood? I think she's anti Hindutva nationalism. I think that's kind of her main thing.
Internationally, I'm talking about once a non-aligned country. It's sad to watch.
And sad to see it replicated. So when you look at the Modi playbook in a place like Kashmir in terms of cracking down on dissent, rounding up protesters, limiting free speech, and then
those are the minor things.
Those are the minor things. I mean, there's the torture and the killings, but just in terms of the democracy that doesn't respect free speech, we're here in the United States, where Donald Trump has rounded up people on green cards, legal immigrants, permanent residents, for their speech, for speech crimes. How much of what you're seeing in the US do you think looks like a page ripped straight from the Modi playbook?
Well, I sometimes want to know, is there a real playbook?
Is there it's passed around, all
I mean,
puts it
is
in the
there
envelope,
some
sends it to
digital
Modi?
version, not a real version? Because it's uncanny, the attacks on universities, the attack on citizenship, the attack on the economy, the attack on any kind of speech, the self-aggrandizement, the belief that you're a non-biological human being non-biological entity sent by God to rule people. So, I've asked this and written about it quite often, like, how is it always the same, the echoes? In India, of course, the difference is that the RSS, which is the mothership, the cultural guild, of which Modi is just the front desk.
Yes.
I mean, the BJP is just the front desk, is now celebrating its 100th year. So it's not anarchic.
Yeah.
It's very, very organized. There are hundreds of thousands of volunteers, they call themselves. They've penetrated every institution.
Pracharaks.
Pracharaks. Yes. But it's
penetrated every institution.
Incredible how similar it is, the echoes of both things. And but I want to say that those January 6th failed insurrection of January 6th, in India it succeeded, and the guys with the antlers and furs rule us.
We've also seen, obviously, Modi take advantage of the anti-Pakistan sentiment that exists in India, the love for the military. A lot of those movies are about military encounters. Here in the US, you have Trump holding military parades, drone striking boats in the Caribbean, renaming the Department of Defense to Department of War, rather honestly. I can't help but think of the essay you wrote when India declared itself a nuclear power. And you said at the time, quote, if protesting against having a nuclear bomb...
Did it fail, though? I mean... I think she just said that the crazies now rule us. So I think she's acknowledging that it didn't fail.
Implanted in my brain is anti-Hindu and anti-national, then I secede. It's the 21st century. How are so many right-wing leaders still getting away with this reactionary narrative that to love your country means you have to love the army, love war?
Well, let's not forget that the United States has been militaristic for a very, very,
Yes.
very long time. I mean, to watch some kind of sport like baseball or football or something, it's a terrifying experience, you know, watching those planes and the nationalism and the veterans being pulled out. And this is a country that has lived on war and eaten war and drunk war and sold war all the time, you know. So it's not as if suddenly something new is happening here. Maybe the rhetoric is more ugly, but it's always been terrifying, you know. At the moment, everybody's becoming militaristic
Yes.
in some ways, and as we know, I mean, I think one of the things that I said, which floats around, is there was a time when you know, weapons were invented to fight wars, but now wars are invented to sell weapons, and economies are booming on that.
God, hook this like this lady and Hideo Kojima should team up, because like they would vibe so fucking hard.
That, you know, so it is, we're approaching that moment. And then of course you have this sort of social media situation where there is no set of facts or reality that everyone can agree on at
No.
all. So
And the
we,
mainstream media has failed us.
yes,
In India,
so
as you
we
say,
are
it's failed.
so we are in a situation where people don't seem to be able to speak to each other at all. Even to be able to disagree seems to be a luxury, because there's just no conversation at all.
Yeah, if you don't have a shared set of facts,
Yeah.
as opposed to opinions. I mean, the media has played a big role in what's happened in India. Modi wouldn't be able to get away with half of what he gets away with if it didn't have this pliant corporate media, cable news. NDTV, one of the last independent outlets, gone. I mean, there's really no independent
and they are
mainstream
owned
media.
like you have between Ambani and Adani and people like this,
The
they
billionaires.
own like 20 news channels.
But that's happening here,
24/7.
right? So if
Yeah.
you're following CBS News here, is now owned by the son of Larry Ellison, who is the second richest man in America and one of the big Trump donors, election denier. His son, David Ellison, is now controlling CBS News. We're already seeing the changes. We're already seeing pro-Trump people brought in as ombudsmen.
Yeah.
So we are heading, you talk about the playbook.
Yeah.
The American media, as bad as it always was, still had some independence.
Yeah.
Now it's looking like it's just going to be a pro-Trump chorus.
Yep. And the point is, everyone like you migrate to, you know, the internet, but then the internet is something they can shut down with a snap of their
Yeah.
fingers, you know.
He had a dinner with all the big tech bosses the other night, and they know what's expected of them.
And I mean, you know, in Kashmir, 3 months they just shut it off. You
Blackout.
could not get an OTP. I mean, whatever it was, there was nothing, no communication. It's a crime of some kind. You force people onto the net and then you shut it off, you know.
You mentioned Kashmir, and obviously India. We talk about parallels between India and Israel, India and the US. How about parallels between India and Israel? The two, of course, have gained.
And I mean, I think that this is a really good comparison, right? Like, a lot of what India is doing within its own borders resembles what Israel does to the Palestinians. And like, I mean, like, when you really dig down into it, like, the dominant ideology right now in the Indian government is, you know, Hindu nationalism or Hindutva, right? Like, this idea is essentially like, we must establish that India is a country for, like, governed by Hindu principles, and, you know, everyone else can kick rocks. Essentially, right? Is India really that bad? Yeah, the politics in India are really, really fucked right now. So it would make sense to me that the Modi government would ally itself or see somewhat of a kindred spirit in Israel.
Quite a reputation, both countries, Israel under Netanyahu, India under Modi, for their ruthless repression of Muslims under their control, whether it's in Kashmir or Gaza. In your book, you talk about visiting Kashmir for the first time and being shocked by the utter cruelty that you saw on a daily life. What parallels do you see between Kashmir and Gaza, or more broadly between Kashmir and Palestine?
Well, there are parallels. I mean, it's interesting, isn't it, that these countries that claim to be democracies are running these military or militarized occupations and a kind of different set of rules. You can call it apartheid. Certainly you can call it that in Gaza and the West Bank, but in Kashmir it's not so clear, but that is how it is practiced. I mean, not just in Kashmir, in India, if you are a Muslim, the law applies to you differently. Not it is not declared, it's undeclared, but that is how it is. But there are similarities and there are very unique differences. What is worrying, I think, is that all these big, great leaders are watching what Netanyahu can get away with in Gaza, and that is the bar that is being set. I mean, at one point it was what happened in Sri Lanka, now it's Gaza, and we are just watching a genocide unfold before us. In a way which human beings have never seen before. You can just reach for a glass of water and instead watch a Palestinian child being starved or bombed or journalists being killed or just there. And it's like we are being forced to live our daily lives, eat our food, go to school, have some moments of happiness while we are watching this unfold in front of us. We can't put it away.
Live stream genocide.
Live stream genocide, boasted about genocide.
Yeah.
And everyone's going to learn and take lessons from it. Everyone is not just saying, oh, it's a terrible thing. Others are saying, hey, if they can do it, why not us?
In your book, you write about how after the first time you visited Kashmir, you found that you could not, quote,
Phoenix,
return to old conversations, old jokes, harmless fun. Most Indians' deliberate, cultivated, amoral innocence about what is happening there, what is being done there in their name, becomes hard to bear. Almost without my being aware, my circle of close friends changed. I wonder whether you found that you've had a similar experience in the wake of October the 7th and Gaza. A lot of people I speak to, especially in the world of arts, Hollywood, celebrities, say, the friends I had are not the same friends I have anymore. Masks are off.
Yep. I mean, in India, it's those same people. I mean,
It's the same group.
the Venn diagram is the same. So, those friends one lost a long time ago. I mean, they were never my friends anyway, because you can see that coming from a long time, from a long distance. But after Gaza, I don't know how people can explain themselves for generations to come, because
Well, and Trap Queen, the not to mention the Armenians, like a lot of Hitler's ideas came directly from seeing or being aware of the Armenian genocide.
I don't think it's political anymore. It's psychotic. It's psychotic.
And interestingly, India's there at Israel's side. Narendra Modi has gone out of his way to cultivate a friendship with Netanyahu. They've hugged on the beach. They've hugged at the airport. They've, taken long walks together.
People.
He loves hugging people. But not just hugging, buying billions of dollars worth of weapons parts from Israel. There were even reports last year that India was shipping weapons to Israel. How did India, as you mentioned earlier, how did India go from being a country that was well known for being pretty pro-Palestinian for the 50s, 60s, 70s, into the 80s, to suddenly being one of Israel's few reliable allies in the world today?
Well, just because that is the
shared vision.
No, I mean, Hindu nationalism and Zionism kind of waltz together very, very easily. If you think.
I mean, like it's not hard to see why, right? Like Zionism is a settler colonial ideology. It designed to facilitate the creation of an ethno-state. It is heavily influenced by fascistic beliefs. In a similar way, Hindutva and Christian nationalism as a movement, or not Christian, sorry, Hindu nationalism as a movement were heavily influenced by Nazism and the fascism of the 1930s and 40s.
The chosen people within Hinduism is the caste system where Brahmins are the chosen people. So the segue into that sort of fascist thinking is not a hard one to make. And so in India,
and common enemies in the Muslims.
yeah. I mean, I was in Beirut and I met people who didn't realize, how things had changed in India. They said, "Oh, we had come to India 20 years ago, and everybody loved the Palestinians." I said, "No," and they said, "Now the government has changed, but the people still love us." I said, "No, it has changed so much, and it has become something which is repulsive to me to watch the similarity between these two states and the kind of everyday violence that is visited upon. I mean, before, of course, it was visited upon Dalits at the bottom of the caste
Yes.
system, but now it's the Muslims who are taking that place. And just casual violence. Next door to me, a friend of mine's cousin, oh, he was stabbed to death because someone was parking their vehicle in front of his gate and he objected and they just killed him. You know what I mean? That's not going
It's
to
been
count.
normalized.
Yeah, it's been normalized. So you can just go around, lynching people, and you have mobs with swords come out and say Muslims should be killed, women should be raped, and it's normalized.
These are scary times. In 2003, you served on the World Tribunal on Iraq, which ultimately ruled that the US and UK governments were guilty of violating the UN Charter and the Nuremberg Principles, found that US forces had been, quote, intentionally directing attacks upon civilians and hospitals, medical centers, residential neighborhoods, water purification facilities. I remember marching against the Iraq War. I remember being radicalized by the Iraq War and thinking, we will never see anything like this horror show in our lifetimes again. Abu Ghraib.
Well, and this is also one of the reasons that the United States gets along so well with Israel. Like the dregs, well, not the dregs, the idea of manifest destiny has been so like incorporated into American mythos and even our military tactics that like people just don't think about it. People just don't. People in the U.S. military, they aren't even thinking twice about it. They're just like, yeah, of course. Of course we would blow up a hospital. Of course we would target a water purification plant. Yeah, Zateo is one of those platforms that absolutely deserves your subscription dollars, everybody. They're an up-and-coming news platform. Everyone should subscribe if they can.
The use of depleted uranium, all of those war crimes from Bush and Blair. And then Gaza comes along, and you think, wow, they've actually done something worse.
Well, between that and Gaza, a lot of things came along.
Many wars came along, but I think Gaza is, as you said a moment ago, the live stream genocide is like something we've never seen.
Yeah.
Not in Syria,
it's just
not in Libya.
The ground has been prepared and people are being prepared
to go this far.
To do this,
Do you see parallels between Iraq and Gaza in terms of there was never any accountability for Iraq? The war criminals walked away from the scene.
The war criminals walked away, and
I mean, Joe Biden supported the Iraq war, was elected president 17 years later.
Tony Blair, I don't know how many millions he earns for talks on religion or something.
He's not, and he was even allegedly involved with Trump in this ethnic cleansing plan of Gaza.
Always.
Do you see the same thing happening with Gaza? Complete impunity.
Always.
Complete impunity, and I don't know. I mean. See, Mehdi, before the show ends, if they wanted to, they could stop it. The United States could stop it. But,
one phone call.
But no, it's acceptable. And there are some people, and of course, I've been speaking about it since 2002, the process of the demonization and dehumanization of Palestinians, which is such an important process to allow genocide to proceed. And it's been coming.
I mean, I understand the details of the Revolutionary War, Lee Kestner, but like Manifest Destiny was a settler colonial ideology, right? Like, I understand why they adopted it. It was very convenient for them to adopt it. It was useful for the nation-building project they had in mind. It's just that nation-building project necessitated doing an ethnic cleansing and a genocide. And the Manifest Destiny was there to justify it, right? And like, a lot of that is still taught in our schools uncritically, and a lot of that is still, demonstrated by our foreign military adventures. And sucks.
you know.
Do you
The only good thing I can say is that I remember coming here and speaking in 2002, and people were just like, you don't talk about this in America, you know. And now
Now you can.
young people are on the streets, Jewish people are on the streets,
Students,
every kind of
celebrities.
person is on the street. But what is under the rubble in Gaza is not
Well, it's easy to believe because of the near miracles, but it's also easy to believe because it lets you do what you want, right? Like, if you're like 5 and you have a religious belief system that allows you to eat as much chocolate as you want, like, yeah, the miracle of the fact that you exist on this earth, you know, that, okay, sure, that's a huge point in favor of some abstract principle, but like, if you're a 5-year-old, you could be way more interested in eating all that chocolate. And in this circumstance, settling and taking land was the chocolate.
just the bodies of Palestinians, but the carcass of Western liberal democracy.
Or as what's that line from Gandhi? Western civilization, I think, is a good idea. Just on that before we finish, on the specific issue of, you know, speaking out and taking a stand, do you think things have changed to the point where now we're going to actually see changes from governments?
I mean,
And some European governments are kind of
yeah, they are, but you know, I don't know whether they're just doing that to sort of keep a little cozy place for themselves in the history books and
Yes.
not really do anything, because they are allowing this to proceed at a pace where you are seeing the annihilation of a whole people, of their history, of everything, of their, of everything, of their children, education,
Yeah.
hospitals, journalists, everything. And I know that what these people are thinking is that public memory is short, and 20 years down the line, who'll remember, you know? Who'll
Yeah.
remember?
You mentioned dehumanization. I was just thinking, you know, people like Greg Stanton, the genocide scholar, have said, well, India's on the road to genocide. Some of the warning signs are there. You talk to other people. I'm of Indian Muslim descent, as you know. A lot of my family, when I talk to them in India and abroad, they say stuff like, oh, that's hyperbole. There's too many Muslims in India for there to be a genocide. It's, you know, hundreds of millions of Indians are Muslims. You couldn't have a genocide against Muslims in India. That's hyperbole. What do you make of that argument?
Well, what does it mean, a genocide? Does it mean that all of them have to be
Exactly.
annihilated?
No.
You know, you had, when the Citizenship Amendment Act came, they started building these big internment centers,
Assam,
and
yeah.
they were not meant to accommodate, you know, the hundreds of millions of Muslims, but they were meant to tell people this is where you belong. You are going to be second-class citizens. You do not have the rights that everybody else has. Of course, I mean, India, the thing is, it is a very anarchic place with so many languages, so many castes, so many cultures, so much stuff. So it's like to say India is a Hindu country is like trying to pour an ocean into a Bisleri bottle. You know, it's hard.
Great
And
Bisleri reference.
I don't think that, you know, but I don't think that the threat isn't there. Although now in the last election, you know, for a bully and a megalomaniac like Modi to have not got a majority,
Yes, he lost his majority.
has broken him in some ways. But
Has it inspired the people who are against Modi that there's a chink?
yeah, but you know, they are all a quarrelsome bunch, and you don't know, I mean, a little ineffective, but still there are people who stand up, you know, and those people we are with. And whatever happens, if we go down, we'll go down with them, but we'll never be on the other side.
Well said. And you are one of those people who inspires a lot of people in India. I have friends and family who really do look up to you, and we appreciate you. And I want to end with this question, which is one of the key features of authoritarian leaders like Modi, like Netanyahu, like Trump, is that they're very good at creating this aura of invincibility and inevitability. The fact that they're going to win, no matter how hard we try, they have all the power, they have the media. How do you personally counter that narrative in a place like India right now? How do you personally keep the faith that these people can be defeated, that things can change, that people around you can be persuaded? How do you keep the faith for yourself?
Well, one of the ways you do it is by continuing to do what you do, and that doesn't necessarily have to be just sitting there and shouting at them, you know. It can be creative, it can be artistic, it can be musical. It can just be telling them that whatever you do, we are just so much better. Having, you know, we are just so much more beautiful. And ultimately, your tiny little mind is going to tire, you know, and it's not going to work. But you just hold on.
It's true. Our tiny little minds need to be taken care of. They need to be spritzed. They need to be with liquids. They need to be fed with foods. All right? Our tiny little minds get very easily exhausted. You need to replace the little wheel in your cage so you can go for a little run on your wheel. Okay?
And you and
the world is too big and we are too small, and you need to take care of yourself properly.
So many people that I know, it's not as if there's some one big battle that has to be won. It's the texture of life. You talked about the Naxalites. I mean, I've been in there. They don't know from one day to the next whether they live or die, but the humor, the craziness, even in Kashmir, the laughter, you know, it's what sustains you, because it's just something of a privilege to give up and say, oh, I'm so depressed, you know. But when you're down there fighting,
Well said.
there's a lot of stuff going on.
I think that should be the title of your next book. Your tiny little minds will tire. I love it. Arundhati Roy, absolute pleasure. The book is out now. Please do get your copy of Arundhati's memoir. It was an absolutely brilliant read. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
That was delightful. I found that really, really nice. Also, folks, if you have been enjoying the stream, hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button. In fact, I think it's time to hit the button that helps you to know what to do. Because, you know, I know it's easy to get confused. You could be like, oh man, what do I do? Am I supposed to go buy some beans? Or am I supposed to, what am I supposed to do? I'm lost, I'm listless. All I have is my one butter cow that I've been sent to take to market. And I have to get, you know, this guy might want some beans. Ah, geez, how do I solve this problem? And I can't solve that problem, but I can tell you guys what to do.
Go. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Click
Oof. There you go. Like, comment, and subscribe. Do the things. And also, folks, we are 40 subs away from our current goal. Another spin of the wheel. Another wheel spin. Gonna do a little change of roof for our next spin. Gonna change it up a little bit. There we go. I changed up the next wheel. Is there another alt hist? You know, I haven't checked.
What? Give me the beans!
Okay, we're not listening to the whole thing again. God. What? Give me the beans. Beans. I thought I heard like the the donation song? Is that from the Beans?
What? Give me the beans.
Oh, okay, it is from the Beans song. Okay. That did confuse me a little bit. What was that? It's the Beans song. Just just real quick because I had the thought. Here.
But it doesn't take much to see that the problems of three little people don't amount to a hill of beans in this crazy world.
What? Beans! Oh, God. I couldn't help but overhear your conversation. You have a hill of beans? Bean coin. To the moon! All right. Let's see. Can we make it one? Can we play it one more time? Okay.
But it doesn't take much to see that the problems of three little people don't amount to a hill of beans in this crazy world.
You must have. What? Give me the beans. I must have these beans.
I love Casablanca. Can't see me Cavalier.
Well, I say, young fellow, did you say something about beans? Magical beans? Some mystical legumes? Well, I'll give you 1,000 gold pieces for it. Magic beans!
Excellent. Excellent work. That was fast. It was so fast. All right. All right. We have well, folks, I can guarantee you this, chat. I can guarantee you this. You will like and be interested in whatever we land on. All right? For the next spin of the wheel. Promise. All right. Let's see here. Let's get to the Virginia Virginia's a state, not a city. Let's get to the Virginia gubernatorial debate. So, folks, we gotta talk about Virginia. Virginia, it's a state, not just a little girl who wrote to Santa Claus. Breaking news. But also, folks, we gotta talk about the gubernatorial debate. For real. Let's take a look. How'd it go?
Democrat Abigail Spanberger and Republican Winsome Earl Sears take center stage to win your vote as Virginia's first female governor.
Also, can we just totally not important or anything, but like, what's up with the titty on the Virginia seal? What's up with this little titty though? Why is no one ever talking about the seal of Virginia having a little titty on it? I don't know. I feel like the Think of the Children crowd would be talking about the little titty on the seal of the state all the time. Yeah, just a cheeky little nipple right there.
Your local election headquarters, live from Norfolk State University. This is the Virginia...
What, can we... Wait, I'm sorry, that was an insane transition.
Headquarters, Live from Norfolk State.
I'm sorry, you all saw that, right? Like, what the hell is this transition? We got, like, the tower, like, grows as the rest around it shrinks. That was nuts. Why would you make that transition like that?
Virginia has the best state flag. A titty, a dommy mommy, and asterisk 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 the tyrants.
It's true. Asterisk 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 the tyrants. Let's go.
From Norfolk State University, this is the Virginia Governor's Debate.
Good evening, and
God, one of my favorite subgenres of sound is the music that they play for debate night in US politics. It always sounds like just a really banging Fire Emblem track every single time.
welcome to tonight's debate. I'm Deanna Albritton, anchor for WRIC in Richmond.
And I'm Tom Shad, anchor at Wavy TV and Fox 43 here in Norfolk, Virginia. We have a live audience watching along with you tonight. You're able to watch the debate in every television market in every county in Virginia, from Roanoke to Norfolk and from Northern Virginia to Richmond.
But before we get to the questions, let's go over the rules. You will each have 60 seconds to answer a question. Rebuttals and follow-ups get 30 seconds. Candidates, when time is up, you'll hear this bell. Each candidate will also have 30 seconds for a closing statement. And with that, thanks for joining us, candidates. Ms. Earl Sears, you're
Rhyme
first.
check, you are
Tom.
correct.
Thank you, Deanna. We want to begin tonight with a topic that may be the only thing that unites all residents of the Commonwealth of Virginia, the dreaded car tax. Ms. Earl Sears, you have said that you will axe the car tax in your first year in office, but you—
I'm sorry, is this an American flag cravat? All right.
You will have to replace the revenue for local governments. So how will you come up with just over $3 billion every year? You'll have 60 seconds.
Yes, thank you for having me, and it's a wonderful time to be here, this momentous occasion. This is my former place that I actually represented, Norfolk State University. So on the car tax, you know, we could have gotten rid of that this year because Governor Youngkin put it in his budget that we could get rid of it, but unfortunately the Democrats decided against that, and so my opponent, she says she's going to get rid of it too, but she's going to have to ask her side of the aisle how to do that. So we had the money, we can do it, but really what I want to ask, this first question is, Abigail, when are you going to take Jay Jones and say to him, you must leave the race? He has said that he wants to murder.
I'm sorry, but I love that, like, we are at a debate, so I'm gonna ask a question. I'm the moderator now. You answer to me.
Murder his political.
Democrats, Republicans know America will be three houses now, like the Fire Emblem Rise socialism.
It's true. It's true. all of those endings were not great.
Political opponent.
Wait, then who's the secret fourth house? Who's the DLC house?
And not only that, but his political opponent's children, 2 and 5 years old.
Ms. Earl Sears, we're going to get to that question in a moment, but first we're talking about the car tax.
I'd like her to answer the question.
We're talking about the car tax right now.
Well, that was still my time.
Yes, but I want to get an answer.
Okay, we are off to a 10 out of 10 start here. Okay, they're slinging mud. First question. Someone said Sears acted drunk. I mean, I can see it, and I was wondering it. I wasn't going to say it.
From you, how would you come up with just over $3 billion a year for the car tax? I'll give you 15 seconds to clarify.
Yes. So as I said, we have the money. We have run budget surpluses every year that we've been in office. Over $10 billion, $9 billion of which we've given back to the Virginia taxpayer. That's serious money, and the taxpayers want that. And when I am governor, I'm going to have a form that says, check here if you want to pay more in taxes. But my opponent needs to answer about Jay Jones.
Your time's up, Ms. Earl Sears. Ms. Bamberger, you've said that you...
Who is Jay Jones? Who are they talking about? I don't pay attention to Virginia politics. Jay Jones, Virginia. There's a text scandal. What is this? Okay. Something about the comments that he made. What did he actually say though? He's the okay, Jay Jones is the Democratic Attorney General nominee. And what did he say? Jay Jones texts. What? Okay, Jay Jones texts. Let's see here. God damn it. Washington Post. Okay, texts. New York Times. Just tell me what was in the texts. Okay. In one exchange, he suggested that the chamber's Republican speaker deserved to be killed, mentioning the legislative leader alongside Hitler and Pol Pot. Okay, the comparison is fine, but I guess, yeah, you can't say, like, your political enemies deserve to die. Like, if that ever leaks, you're done. Oh, the National Review reported his texts. Let's see. Jones derided Johnson's political centrism and scoffed at the glowing tributes that were being made in his honor by Republicans in the wake of his death. Damn, that was for Mark, he wrote to Coiner, suggesting he'd meant to send the texts to someone else. And yet that realization didn't stop Jones from joking about what that piece of shit Gilbert would say about me if I died. Okay, all right. I gotta be completely honest with you. Okay, here's another one. If those guys die before me, referencing Republican colleagues who were publicly honoring the deceased Johnson's memory, I will go to their funerals to piss on their graves to send them out awash in something. Well, okay, wait. The content of his text. Wait, so the content of his text. Jones then suggested that presented with a hypothetical situation in which he only had 2 bullets and was forced with the choice of murdering then Speaker of the House Todd Gilbert or 2 dictators, he'd shoot Gilbert every time. Okay. Well, alright. Number 1, that's not great. But number 2, saying this in private text form to people you trust, maybe not like, maybe not the worst thing. You know, like in terms of like, yeah, it's bad that this got leaked publicly. Obviously, it's bad that this got leaked publicly. Do like almost every single one of you know people who have talked like that before in the past? Absolutely. But like, damn, dude. God. Let's see here. So they didn't choose attacking the dictators? Yeah, so, like, that's why, like, look, in those examples, right, like it's meant to be like a humorous dig at the person you're actually critiquing, right? It's the tension. Now, unfortunately, in this particular case, Jones texted this to someone named Coiner, who was not on board with the jokey nature of Jones's texts, and asked him to stop, and told him it made them uncomfortable. Which, like, fair. Don't do those kinds of edgy jokes with people who aren't, like, you know, like, cool with you making edgy jokes. Yeah, this is not, like, I've already spent more time on this issue than it at all deserves, but apparently it takes up a chunk of this debate. So that's the background on this. Let's go.
Like to get rid of the car tax. Will you make a commitment here tonight that you will make that a priority, and where do you intend to find the money for local governments every year if that tax is eliminated? You have 60 seconds.
The car tax is the most hated tax in the Commonwealth of Virginia, and in fact, that has been the case for many, many years. My husband, Adam, who is here this evening, actually wrote a paper in high school about the hated car tax. And year after year, many people make promises about getting rid of the car tax, but without a plan to do it. Unfortunately, my opponent, when in the legislature, had the opportunity to lower the...
I'm gonna dip in a little while, but let this debate remind you, cladistically, we are both monkeys and apes. Then smile a little while screaming.
Honestly, we all could do with some smiles and screams. Thus is the wheel of pain and pleasure born. That's a reference for people who are watching the stream and not the segment.
Car tax by 10% and voted against it. Now, in the 4 years that she has been the lieutenant governor, she hasn't made the effort or endeavored to get rid of this tax. And in fact, I will work with anyone,
please,
to Democrats, Republicans, local and state officials to finally get rid of this most dreaded tax. In fact, it requires significant planning and cooperation. But I have a history of getting rid of hated taxes during my time in Congress. I repealed with bipartisan support a unfair tax on firefighters, police, and public servants. I have gotten rid of a hated tax in the past by building a coalition, and I will do it again.
So, Ms. Spanberger, how would you come up with just over $3 billion to fund?
I feel like this guy is just deeply frustrated. Like, I've asked both of you a pretty straightforward question. Why? How would you get this $3 billion? You started talking about someone else's text messages, and you started talking about your husband. I just want to know how you're gonna get $3 billion.
That car tax for local governments.
It requires bringing people together, Democrats and Republicans, to put any and all possible paths forward on the table. You are correct that we need to ensure that the loss of the car tax doesn't mean loss of funding to our public schools and to our first responders.
Let her clarify.
And so in working together, we will work to not only repeal this tax, which of course also requires a constitutional amendment, but ensure our communities are funded.
Your time is up.
It doesn't require a constitutional
amendment. We're going to move
amendment.
on to the next
Just
topic.
a decision.
Deanna?
Thanks, Tom. Our next question is about the temperature and tone of political speech. The first example has been shaping the race for governor and attorney general for the past week. You both will have a chance for rebuttal. Democratic Attorney General nominee Jay Jones admits he sent text messages to a colleague referencing former Republican House Speaker Todd Gilbert. Here's what he wrote.
Jones. 3 people, 2 bullets. Gilbert, Hitler.
Oh, good. They prepared a fucking presentation. Let's go. Full on dramatic reading. Cool.
Pol Pot. Gilbert gets 2 bullets to the head. Spoiler, put Gilbert in the crew with the 2 worst people you know, and he receives both bullets every time.
Someone put together this graphic to throw on television. Look at how happy he looks. Oh, oh God, this is so silly. This is so silly. Wait, is he paraphrasing? Is this a quote from The Office? The Office Toby kill quote. I know there's a scene where that happens. Dude, it's literally a paraphrase from... Oh my God. Where is it? Yeah, Michael Scott says, if I had a gun with 2 bullets and I was in a room with Hitler, Bin Laden, and Toby, I would shoot Toby twice. It's... It's literally something that was said in a comedy show. Like, clearly in the context, he's joking. He's not actually gonna dig up the body of Pol Pot and Hitler and then shoot Gilbert twice. Like, dude. Yeah, it's from the episode The Chump. Season 6, episode 25, aired 2010. I guess comedy isn't legal anymore. God damn it. We live in such a dumb timeline.
Colleague. Jay, please stop. Jones. LOL, okay.
Yeah, no, clearly he's not being serious because, like, he literally laughs about it immediately afterwards.
I mean, do I think Todd and Jennifer are evil and that they're breeding little fascists? Yes. Colleague, you were talking about hoping Jennifer Gilbert's children would die. Jones. Yes, I've told you this before. Only when people feel pain personally do they move on policy.
Okay, well, that part's not great. That part's not from The Office. This one, this second quote I don't endorse. I don't think it's funny when he says that, actually.
Jay Jones has apologized and says he takes full responsibility for those messages. Ms. Spanberger, you have called the comments disgusting and said you condemn violence.
Also, Alec Gunther, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. Hope you had a great stream, Alec. And welcome, Raiders.
The question for you tonight is, were you aware of these messages before they were released publicly, and will you continue to endorse Jay Jones as the next Attorney General of Virginia? You have 60 seconds.
The comments that Jay Jones made are absolutely abhorrent. I denounced them when I learned of them, and I will denounce them every opportunity I get. As a mother, as a public servant, as a candidate for governor, I denounce them. And it is important that candidates always denounce violence on no matter which side of the aisle. Violence, violent rhetoric, we should always be focused and forceful in our denouncement of it.
Are you going to tell him
and
to get
importantly,
please
my opponent unfortunately only denounces violence when her side is the target.
Don't
I
lie
hope
like that,
into the
Abigail.
future she will endeavor to denounce violent rhetoric and violence no matter who the victim. And tonight, Lieutenant Governor Earl Sears, I will say,
Dude, they're gonna throw punches. We're all like, this is an hour-long debate. We're less than 10 minutes in, and we got these ladies like squaring up like they're about to like go down to the mat.
you routinely refer to me
Ms.
as
Earl
your
Sears, Ms. Earl
enemy.
Sears, just please
You
give her a chance to
routinely
respond.
refer to me as your enemy. I'm not your enemy. You are not my enemy. We are political opponents, and tonight voters are here to listen to the policy differences that we have. So as we move forward, we must continue to set a good example for all of our children.
Thank you, Ms. Spanberger.
I love the antagonism going on in this debate. Dems need to be tougher, and also cadence is difficult. Text to speech.
True, though. Should point out Abigail Spanberger could stand to throw a few more punches herself here. cadence is difficult with text to speech, but like the difficulty makes it so much more funny.
I didn't hear an answer there on the endorsement issue, so I want to just make sure. Will you continue to endorse Jay Jones to be the next Attorney General of Virginia? And were you aware of these text messages before they released? You have 30 seconds.
In fact, it appears that it was those who released the text messages and held them for years. So the public was unaware who had knowledge of these text messages for many years.
What did you do about
I learned of these text messages the day that they came out, and I denounced them as soon as I learned of them.
She denounces murder.
And importantly, at this point, as we move forward, the voters now have this information that was withheld for them.
You're running to be
presumably for political reasons.
Dude, stop and just let each other speak. Damn.
But the voters now have the information, and it is up to voters to make an individual choice based on this information.
Ms. Bamberger, I understand what you're saying about the voters, but for you yourself, do you still continue to endorse Jay Jones? 15 seconds, yes or no?
We are all running our individual races. I believe my opponent has said that about her lieutenant governor nominee.
Ms. Earl Sayers,
and it's up to every person to make their own decision. I am running my race to serve Virginia, and that is what I intend to do.
Thank you, Ms. Bamberger. We just want to clarify, what you're saying is that as of now, you still endorse Jay Jones as Attorney General.
I'm saying as of now, it's up to every voter to make their own individual decision. I am running for governor. I am accountable for the words that I say, for the acts that I take, for the policies that I have put out.
Thank you.
I am responsible for the policies I put out and the work I will endeavor to do tirelessly for the people of Virginia.
Thank you, Ms. Bamberger. Ms. Earl Sears, before we get to rebuttals, because we will get to rebuttals, we have a question for you. While there is no equivalency, this next example does speak to the divided nature of our country. During the Charlie Kirk Memorial, President Trump said, quote, "I hate my opponent and I don't want the best for them." Is there a place for that kind of political speech? You have 60 seconds.
Well, I think as everybody...
Damn, that's actually like a really great question to ask. I gotta be honest, the moderators in this are genuinely great. They're doing a wonderful job.
Everybody knows I'm a Christian. I'm a Christian before I'm a Republican, and I'm required to forgive people. And it's hard sometimes when somebody has abused you, etc., but it's something you must do, because not to forgive is almost like, as someone said, you drink poison thinking that it's going to affect the other person. And I want to live a decent life, and I don't want to not have peace in my life. And so as I've said before, I would not say that. So that's why I'm wondering why my opponent won't say beyond its abhorrence.
Is there someone here you're supposed to be rooting for? Yeah, Abigail Spanberger is the candidate that we need to win this election, but it's also really difficult because genuinely, she's not a great... I can't get excited about her. Her policies are not exciting. They are pretty bog standard Democrat. And you don't have to like her. It's just we need her to win to oppose fascism better.
And disgusting. Why she won't say it is not
yes,
okay.
Queen, give us nothing,
and
exactly.
that he must leave the race because Jay Jones advocated the murder, Abigail, the murder of a man, a former speaker, as well as his children who were 2 and 5 years old. You have little girls. What would it take him pulling the trigger? Is that what would do it? And then you would say he needs to get out of the race? Abigail, you have nothing to say? Abigail. What if he said...
Jesus Christ. What the hell? This fucking debate is insane.
Said it about your 3 children. Is that when you would say he should get out of the race, Abigail? You're running to be governor.
Mr. Earl Sears, I know you're saying that you would not personally say this, but do you think still that there is that place for that kind of rhetoric, the example that we gave, even coming from others? You have 30 seconds.
So I'm responsible for my behavior and what I've said. I've just said
Yeah, but you're trying to police somebody else's behavior. You just spent the entirety of your question trying to police somebody else's behavior, right? Like, so clearly you have the freedom to do that. Why can't you condemn Donald Trump for language like that?
Wouldn't say that. I would not speak that way. Look, I'm from a third world country. I was born in Jamaica, and when I was 10 years old, I saw that kind of political violence, which is why I'm asking my opponent to please ask him to get out of the race, have some political courage. What you have done is you are taking political calculations about your future as governor. Well, as governor, you have to make hard choices, and that means telling Jay Jones to leave the race. I have seen what it means when people are shot in the streets and thrown in the back of cars just for political purposes. I don't want to see that in America. America must never be that place. And
that's literally happening right now. What? People, I never want to see people being thrown in cars for political purposes. You're a Republican. They were chanting for mass deportations. What are you talking about?
Abigail needs to say something.
Marcel Sears, you're out of time there. We do have one more follow-up question for you before we get to rebuttals. One more question for you. This is on the topic of endorsements. President Trump has endorsed the Republican incumbent Attorney General. Do you need Trump's endorsement to win the race in Virginia? You have 30 seconds.
So I will take all endorsements, including the president, and I am working very hard for the people of Virginia. I believe in lower taxes. The people want that. My opponent, unfortunately, she's already said she's going to raise taxes. She's going to raise energy rates. Well, she's already voted that way because, well, that's all she wants is solar and wind. Well, if you look outside...
all she wants is freely available energy, not the manly, cool energy that explodes. Just the effeminate, free energy that occurs in practical infinite quantities.
The sun isn't shining and the breeze isn't blowing. And then what, Abigail? What will you...
And then what? What will happen when the sun isn't out and the wind isn't blowing? Huh? Did you ever think about that? We have batteries. We have batteries. We have grid scale batteries. What? How do you think a laptop works when it's not plugged into the wall? You charge up the fucking batteries, and then you're good when the sun isn't out or the wind isn't blowing. When the sun goes out and the wind doesn't blow, Jack loses viewers. It's true! Like, comment, and subscribe! And also consider dropping those subs and donos. And memberships and super chats. All those other things. The elves, of course. Oh yeah, who can forget the tiny little gays that live in your computer that make it work?
You do. What will you do? You're smirking. And you know that the people of the Southwest have a lot of energy issues.
Ms. Earl Sears, we need to get to rebuttals. So, Ms. Spanberger, you have 30 seconds to respond.
I think in her response to the question that you asked, my opponent proved my...
God, sorry, my brain just went down a rabbit hole for a very long time in the span of a half second. And that rabbit hole included, you know, what if you did live in like some kind of fantasy world where like there were just tiny elves or tiny little guys that live inside of like your computer that make it work? Right? And because I recently watched like cards on the table. I recently watched a parody of the Jubilee stuff with like the chairs and whatnot, centered around the guy who's trying to argue that there are little people that live inside of all devices that make them work. And so I've been thinking about that nonstop. And yeah, I just think that it would solve it would both complicate and solve a lot of our technology issues if they were actually just little guys, you know? Like you could realize like if your computer was overheating, it was actually because like I don't know, there was like too much gay sex happening in your computer. You know, like they got distracted from their actual jobs. So like Tron, but fabulous. I guess so. Yeah, you just gotta spray them down in there, and then they'll cool off.
Went to my county Dem meeting Thursday.
Oh, hell
One
yeah.
of the candidates running against Van Orden was there. BWA.
Let's go! Werix, thank you for the $5 dono, and thank you for getting out there and doing cool shit. Let's radicalize our county Dems, folks. You can do it. We can all do it. I promise. It's doable.
My point, which is when violent rhetoric comes from her side of the aisle, she refuses to denounce it. The statement that you read from President Donald Trump was violent rhetoric that she refuses to denounce. And this is why I say you are not
Earl Sears,
my
she
enemy.
has her 30
and
seconds.
I wish
She'll
you would
have yours.
stop using language like that. But I am also glad that she
Not to
began
forgive
speaking
is one
about
thing, but
issues
murder
of
is
affordability
something else,
because
Miss Earl Sears,
as
the
we are
viewers won't
talking
be able
about
to hear.
issues of
I gotta be honest. Like, if you guys keep talking like this, I'm not gonna be okay. You guys can't talk over yourselves like this. When three people now the moderator's getting involved. Ugh, God.
of affordability, I am the only candidate on stage who's put forth a plan to actually lower costs for Virginians.
Ms. Earl Sears, now your turn for a rebuttal.
Yes.
You have 30 seconds.
So what Abigail has just said is a lie, that she's the only one who has affordability. Please go to spamburgerlies.com and check that out. I don't understand why you just can't come forward and say he needs to go. I mean, we're talking about murder. We're talking about someone's life being taken from them. Have you nothing to say about that? Are you not going to address it? Really, you can't go any further. You're a governor. You're supposed to stand up for all the people.
I'm sorry. The fact that she's stuck on this is like this is coming across as very alienating.
Are you saying political murder is all right?
Ms. Spamberger, I want to give you a chance to
have a
respond
rebuttal to
since
that?
yes.
Once
You have
again,
30 seconds.
I have denounced political violence, political rhetoric, no matter who is leading the charge. When given the opportunity, Lieutenant Governor Earl Sears, you have not done the same.
No matter who is leading the charge
And so
on
when
what?
it is important that all
When
of us set
someone
a better
showed a
example.
sign that said,
And so
"If I was not
importantly,
here
no
at your
matter
water
who
fountain,
is
it took you a whole
providing
day to
the
say
comments
something,
Ms. Earl Sears, we
Abigail.
need to move on,
advocating
but it's
for
difficult for
political-
us to hear.
She
if
has no
you're both
courage.
talk-
You
but it's-
cannot be governor.
The
No
audience can't
courage.
hear.
The audience can't hear when you're talking over each other, so we just want to make sure that
It's true. I'm getting very irritated.
This is another example of how Trump has altered the political landscape. People didn't talk over this much or attack character in the same way before him.
It's true, Nathan. It's true. And thank you for the $5 dono. But also, I gotta be honest, Spanberger's tactic of just essentially shutting the fuck up is, I think, working. Like, her opponent is coming across as deeply irritating. You know? And, rhetorically, if you can't offer anything like a exciting or compelling policy, like, I guess falling back on rhetorical tactics like this is all you got, really.
we
I
limit
was
that
not
so
talking
people
over
can
her.
hear.
She has no courage.
We're
Okay.
going to the next topic
Yes,
now.
we are moving on to the next topic with Tom on federal workers.
Thank you, Deanna. It's been more than a week since federal lawmakers allowed the government to shut down with more than 150,000 government workers. Virginia is facing the brunt of the impact. So, Ms. Earl Sears, knowing its impact on Virginia, if you were governor now, would you ask the president to use his power to work with Democrats to reopen the government? You have 60 seconds.
So my opponent all summer long has been playing political football with federal workers by trying to say that she loves them more than anyone else. Well, let me tell you what love looks like. It looks like Abigail calling Senators Kaine and Warner and telling them, go back, do your job, and vote against the government shutdown. We only need eight Democratic senators. That's all we need. And we cannot find 8. And yet, we can find 2 in Virginia. When are you going to publicly say to Senators Kaine and Warner, go?
Yeah, just order your senators.
I wish moderators would just start cutting mics off to stop this shit. It is so annoying.
It is really irritating, Monty the Ogre, but it is going, like, again, it's working out for Spanberger pretty well here. But, like, damn. I'm rapidly losing patience for it. Wait, are we back? Are we back? Holy shit. Holy shit. Oh my god. Holy shit. My internet must have cut out, but not quite long enough for the stream to end. Oh my heart. Oh my heart, the little gay men that live inside of the modem in my house. They must have just been doing like some hand job stuff. You know, like they must have just they got it over quick. Thank God. Fuck. They couldn't rock this boat, indeed. Oh, my heart. Fuck. Okay. So, wait, what now? We're gonna continue doing this. I just got real fucking scared. No! 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 Okay. Alright. Never mind. Whenever my internet disconnects, the Riverboat site chat starts saying, like, reconnecting in 3, 2, 1, etc. And it just did that, but it only went to 3 and then it stopped.
Furiously jacking the Riverboat internet cables.
Nathan, thank you for the $5 dono. Folks, we are also only 34 subs away from our next spin of the wheel. You guys are getting up there. Oof. You gotta have the union approved hando break. I mean, it's for their mental health, really. Alright. Get a cable tech over to your place if you can. Most of the time the problem is between your modem and the telephone line underground tap. Well, let me fucking snick it. I'll call them and see what's up. I also want to have them upgrade the speed of the internet. So might be a good opportunity to just like pester them with questions. All right. Here we go. Back to this shit show.
And do your job and keep federal workers working. That's the way you stop the shutdown, because right now they're having to work, and especially our military, without any pay. I'm a United States Marine veteran, and it is definitely hard, especially in the enlisted ranks, to work without pay. You can do something about that. You're the one who's been talking about all that love. Well, show love, keep them in their jobs.
Ms. Earl Sears, the question, though, that I'm looking for the answer to is, would you ask the president, if you were governor, to use his power to work with Democrats to reopen the government? 15.
Why are you giving her more time to answer the question? She had a full minute and she used 0 of it to actually ask the question or answer the question.
Seconds to clarify.
So the president has already said that he would do that. But you know, before anything gets to the president, it's in the Senate right now. The House Republicans have voted and it's in the Senate. And all we need for it to get to the president so the shutdown stops is 8 Senate Democrats. That's just it. 8 Senate Democrats, and we cannot find any because they're playing political football, as you have been, Abigail, all this time. Love is a verb. It's a show me. It's a doing. Love is not a shutdown. When are you going to ask Senators Kaine and Warner to please keep federal workers working?
All right, we're going to go to Ms. Spanberger next on this one. Knowing the shutdown's impact on Virginia, if you were governor now, would you urge the 2 Democratic senators to vote to reopen the government until a deal can be worked out with Republicans? You have 60 seconds.
Well, importantly, when I was in Congress, when I entered Congress, I entered during the longest government shutdown in history. And 2 weeks into my time in Congress, I went to the White House. I sat down in the Situation Room with a group of Democrats and Republicans and President Trump, urging him to come to the table, urging him to make a deal. That is how we started the path towards ending the government shutdown, with leadership from the president. The current lieutenant governor of Virginia has not stood up for Virginia workers, because right now, at this moment, when Virginia's federal workforce and contractors and communities across the Commonwealth are suffering because of this government shutdown, it is only increasing the challenge that they are facing after months and months of the attacks from this White House under DOJ. The entirety of that time, my opponent has made light of federal workers losing their jobs, saying it's not a big deal,
So just to clarify,
and that everyone loses their jobs.
Ms. Spanberger, time is up, but just to clarify, then, you would not urge the 2 Democratic senators to work with Republicans to reopen the government?
To clarify, I would encourage everyone, our Democratic senators, our Democratic House members, our Republican House members, to work together and drive
Ms. Earl Sears,
an effort
please. Thank you. Continue.
to come back to the table.
God, moderators that are actually like stepping in to do shit. I like this. I like the moderators on this debate a lot, even if I don't like the candidates at all.
Everyone from Virginia, the most impacted state in a time of shutdown, as our communities are suffering after months of DOJ and attacks on our federal workforce.
Ms. Spanberger.
Everyone in Virginia should be coming together and urging the president to restart negotiations.
We are going to move on to the next topic, which is data centers, and my colleague
am
Deanna.
I not going to?
Also, those of you who are just kind of instinctively disliking Abigail Spanberger, your instinct is serving you well. She is a former CIA operative, or sorry, employee of the CIA.
Get a rebuttal? She's attacked me. Am I not going to get a rebuttal?
I'll give you 15 seconds.
Thank you very much. So you've heard a lot of words from my opponent, and she's talking.
God, we've heard so many more from you, though.
About DOJ, and you know, I'm the one who started a men's prison ministry. Of course I care about people. It was one of the best things I did. We've created over 265,000 jobs. I know what it's like to lose a job. How could I make light of it? But my opponent has cut and spliced my words so that it will look like I did not care.
Ms. Earl Sears, time is up. Next topic, data centers, with my colleague Deanna.
Thanks, Tom. So data centers are expanding across Virginia, increasing power demand and expected to raise energy bills even more for all Virginians. Ms. Spanberger, what is your plan to make sure data centers have the power they need and Virginians don't get stuck with the bill? You have 60 seconds.
Absolutely. So data centers are coming to Virginia, and many localities want to welcome them. And it's important that they pay their fair share. And as governor, I will ensure that data centers pay their fair share. But we have a challenge looking towards the future as it relates to our energy generation here in the Commonwealth. We are the largest net importer of energy in the country. And that requires real leadership in contending with what is an impending energy crisis. And unfortunately, as we see an impending energy crisis, my opponent has supported efforts from the Trump administration to take millions and millions of dollars of energy investments away from Virginia. This is all the while that energy costs continue to rise for Virginians. That is why in my affordability plan, I laid out plans to reduce the cost of energy here in the Commonwealth.
Ms. Spanberger, as a follow-up, you stated the data centers must pay their fair share. So what does that look like exactly to you? Are you committing that to Virginians not seeing more price hikes? You have 30 seconds.
Absolutely. So importantly, there is currently an SCC case moving forward. And so pending the results of that case as it moves forward, it may require action within the General Assembly to ensure that large utility users like data centers are paying their fair share for the energy that they consume. For anyone who wants to view the further plans that
Or maybe we should just kick them out entirely because they're poison factories that do nothing.
I have to reduce energy, it is at affordablevirginia.com.
Thank you, Ms. Spanberger. Ms. Earl Sears, what is your idea for offsetting the high costs of data centers, energy demands, and preventing additional rate hikes for Virginians? You have 60 seconds.
So the Virginia Clean Economy Act, when it was passed, every single Democrat voted for that. Every single one. And by the way, my opponent, Abigail Spanberger, has supported it. Well, let me tell you what it did. Speaking of no energy, it took 11,000 megawatts of power immediately off the grid, Abigail, without anything to substitute for it. And all you want, again, is wind and solar. Well, you know, it's that little thing called the technology revolution that's still happening. And it's that little thing called the, industrial revolution that's still happening.
What? What? what?
Businesses need power. What are you going to do about that? Well, let me tell you what we are doing.
You could build more wind farms and solar farms. That you could do that about it.
We have started in the Southwest a micro-reactor program to see how we can bring energy to the Southwest and make it.
I mean, micro-reactors are pretty cool. I'm a fan of modular nuclear reactors. They're neat. But also, like, I certainly don't trust this person to implement them. I don't think she's the one to bring us the nuclear revolution.
Regional energy hub, as a matter of fact.
Mr. Earl Sears, you're out of time, but I do want to follow up there. So the question was, what is your plan for offsetting those high costs of data centers, energy demands? What is your plan for making sure Virginians don't get stuck with the bills? So 30 seconds.
So what we need is an all of the above approach to energy. We need clean coal, we need oil, we need...
You don't need clean coal, and you don't need oil. Those are actually two of the things that got us into this mess in the first place.
Nuclear, we need natural gas, and we need, renewable.
Also, natural gas got us into this mess. We should be moving away from natural gas, considering that, like, it literally is poisoning us in our homes.
You might be able to harness the power of the actual sun, but might I interest you in wonderful Dino juice with a side of magic beans?
Yeah, what if you instead of using the only known fusion reactor that we are capable of accessing, what if we instead just lit the remains of dinosaurs on fire? Surely we won't eventually run out of those.
My opponent's only plan is solar.
Also, Nathan, thank you for the $5 super chat, or $5 dono. I very much appreciate it. Thanks for supporting the show. And for being here in the fun times of the stream and the not so fun times of the stream, because goddamn, is this awful.
And when? Well, what happens when the sun goes down?
Batteries! Batteries happen! Batteries happen when the sun goes down. The same thing that happens when you unplug your laptop from an electrical socket. It's the same thing. God. The argument's always been so dumb. But, like, at least in, like, the 1970s, there was some kind of salience to that point. But we have grid-scale battery storage now. So, like, it just doesn't make any sense anymore.
There is nothing.
Ms. Earl Sears, Ms. Earl Sears, we do need to move on to the next question.
All right, thank you, Deanna. We have a question tonight from a Norfolk State University student. Let's listen.
Young people are leaving Virginia for more affordable housing and better job opportunities. What initiatives or policies would you implement to make Virginia a more attractive place for young professionals to live, work, and build their future?
Ms. Earl Sears, we'll start with you. How do you respond to the students' economic concerns?
Yes, so what we have done in Virginia, what we're continuing to do, is we're bringing jobs here because we want our children who are born here, raised here, we want them to stay here, and we want them to do very well because we want them to create generational wealth, and a good education will do that. But when the education happens, they also need the jobs. And I don't know if you've been seeing, but we have created over 15,000 new business startups. Never existed until we came into office. New business, high-paying startups. And then we have created, as I've said before, over 265,000 jobs. And we have another 225,000 job openings right now. And, you know, I was just with the governor, Governor Youngkin, out in
Are they good jobs, though? Because usually the answer is no.
Charlottesville, where Afton Scientific announced 200 more jobs.
Thank you very much. And Ms. Spanberger, what economic policies or initiatives would you implement to make Virginia an attractive place for young professionals to live, work, and build their futures? You have 60 seconds.
Importantly, I want to thank the students of Norfolk State for welcoming us to this campus, to the faculty and the administration. Thank you for hosting this incredible event here. And the young woman raised an incredibly important point, which is we attract people to our universities from across the country, and we should want, and I do, and as governor, I will want to ensure that when they graduate, they will stay in Virginia to start a business, to start a family, and to start their career. The challenges, though, that she mentioned are housing costs and affordability issues. In fact, during the time that the lieutenant governor has been in office, the cost of buying a house has gone up 18%. The cost of renting a house has gone up 14%, with just 11% increase even just this.
Please, Miss Earl Sears, please, for the love of God, just let her get through one answer, please. I'm dying.
Last year, the third highest in the whole country. And my opponent so frequently talks about job creation. Virginia has had 7 months this year of rising unemployment. The challenges are real, and Virginians need someone who will put Virginia first.
Unemployment numbers are.
Okay, we had a very spirited debate thus far. Excuse me, Ms. Sears. We've had a very spirited debate thus far, and now we're going to shift gears, and my colleague Deanna will take it from here.
Yes, we want to see where maybe there's some shared common ground. Ms. Spanberger, what quality or qualities of your opponent do you admire? You have 30 seconds.
I admire her faith that she puts into action through her time at the prison ministry that she frequently talks about, and I admire her service to our country, particularly as someone who chose to be an American and chose to serve. I think those are admirable traits, and frankly, what makes our country and our Commonwealth a special place, that people the world over come to our country to become Americans, to serve in the military and in elected office.
Thank you, Ms. Spanberger. A handshake. Well, Ms. Earl Sears, with that, what quality or qualities of your opponent do you admire? You have 30 seconds.
Yes, from what I've seen, I believe that she is a devoted mom. I truly believe that. And that she is a daughter who loves her parents very much. And I do believe that she cares.
Thank you, Ms. Earl Sears. Well, we have many more topics up for debate tonight, including transgender issues and reproductive.
Oh, yeah, I fucking love being debated. Let's go! Let's go, debate me! How much of the public sphere should I be able to go into? Should I be able to, like, walk down the street, or do I have to, like, cloak myself and travel under cover of darkness? Let's go!
Reproductive rights. We will be back after this quick break.
We get the Fire Emblem music, though. debate in Virginia. I bet you've never even made a Virginia West. All right. How we doing, folks? I want to hear about Ratman rights. The Ratmen! They don't get any rights down there. Down in the Rat Kingdoms. Most of them are just rat serfs working their rat lives. They go to work every day seeking to undermine one another's castles and kingdoms. Oh, God. I know my vibes are weird today. I'm very worried about my mom. I'm sorry to, like, just be injecting my weirdness into, the content today. Usually I kind of hold back a little bit. Today, it's just all coming out. How many rats could a rat man shake if the rat man could shake rats? Sorry to hear about that. Yeah, Danny Boy the Great, it's weighing me down. Never apologize for being weird. I'm glad you guys like the weirdness. Do you denounce the actions of so-and-so? Who am I, their daddy? I don't know that person. It has nothing to do with me. And if you're looking to me to let you know if something is good or bad. I don't know why I read that like that, but I did. Oh, no, Wandering Lou, I'm also doing weird. Like, I'm also doing weird. I am also that. Legit, it's one of the reasons I love this chat. Y'all are weirdos. It makes me feel at home. Hell yeah.
As we welcome you back, a hot topic in Virginia schools, and for this question, you will both have a chance for a rebuttal. Ms. Spanberger, we're going to start with you. Focusing on a K-12 school system, should transgender girls who are biological males be allowed to use girls' bathrooms and play on girls' sports teams? You have 60 seconds.
I'm a mother of 3 daughters in Virginia.
Oh boy. Can't wait. Do you, and a grown adult, think that school children are going to try and assault each other in the bathroom if they are of the opposite sex?
Virginia public schools, and nothing is more important to me than their safety and their experience in schools. I'm also a former federal agent, and I work to investigate crimes against children. And so nothing is more important to me than the safety of all of our children. And that work, in part, has earned me the endorsement of Virginia's Police Benevolent Association.
Tell Steve
Ms. Earl Sears,
to not
Ms. Spanberger is talking. Please let her finish.
God damn it. Stop interrupting this lady. For fuck's sake.
Issues related to what's happening in our schools and each individual community, I think it's important that we have parents and teachers and administrators making decisions about their individual schools, not politicians. And if we are talking about the safety of our children, I would ask why my opponent continues to support efforts to defund public safety, an effort
Hey, you know what? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait, the bell just rang, and I don't think she threw trans people under the bus. But, like, y'all know that, like, I was waiting for her to throw us under the bus. And instead, she was just like, I really care about this issue. and I care about the safety of our children. But it should be like communities should decide that, not like on the national level. Hell yeah, let's go.
Carried on continually by this
Ms.
administration.
Spanberger, once again, the question was, should transgender girls who are biological males...
Oh shit, did I speak too soon? Moderators, are you coming back for a second attack run?
...be allowed to use girls' bathrooms and play on girls' sports teams in K through 12? You have 15 seconds to clarify.
In cases across Virginia, I think it's incumbent upon parents and educators and administrators in each local community to make decisions locally.
That's what this is about.
Ms. Earl Sears?
There should never be nude men in locker rooms.
We finally...
I mean, to be clear, if men are just showing, like flashing, like if you go into a male locker room or men's room and like start flashing people, you're still gonna get arrested for like being a fucking weirdo. Number one. But number two, I don't know, like I'm surprised Abigail Spanberger like didn't do the thing. I think it's definitely a dodge, right? But like, yeah, I'm sorry, you shouldn't be flashing other people in a locker room under any circumstances. But like that's true, like with all cis ladies present or with all, cis men present. Nah, I don't trust her still. She dodged. I'm not asking you to trust her. Like, she's a CIA agent. Like, don't trust her. I'm just, look, okay, so we're all on the same page here. My expectation of milquetoast Democrats, especially if they are former CIA agents, is just straight up, like, Gavin Newsom style, like, throwing trans people under the bus. Like, no, like, subtlety about it. Just, like, throw the trans people under the bus. So, I am just kind of like, oh, I'm pleasantly surprised to just not outright be knifed,
have her saying that, but you voted for that.
Ms. Earl
Have
Sears.
you finally
Ms. Earl
said
Sears,
that
you are
now?
just intruding on
Are
time
we in
here. We're
agreement
trying...
now? Are you
Ms.
going
Earl
to
Sears,
tell?
this is Ms. Spanberger's...
Really? You don't expect more from them? Well, I would like to expect more from Democrats, but when I know someone is a former CIA agent and is running to be governor in Virginia, my assumption is they're going to throw trans people under the bus, especially in the current time. Like, if they're a milquetoast politician, former CIA agent, I'm expecting trans people to be, like, a demographic she's willing to like, sacrifice. The bar of my expectations is, like, only slightly from the lowest level of hell, okay? And so, her clearing it is not a big thing in her favor. I'm just pleasantly surprised.
I have a follow-up question for Ms. Spanberger. Would you rescind the Youngkin administration policy requiring boys and girls to use bathrooms aligning with their biological sex? You have 30 seconds.
My priority...
Jesus Christ. What is happening in Virginia where you've got the time in like one of the few televised gubernatorial debates that you are spending 3 questions on this?
Would be to ensure that local communities, importantly parents and teachers and educators, are able to work together to meet the unique needs of each school and each community.
Yeah, no, this is a pretty pragmatic, like, trans kids should be in the bathroom that fits with their with their like identity. Like this is cowardly dem normie speak for, yeah, I think trans kids in their communities should be able to do that. Yeah.
Girls
and
need
that is important.
privacy.
And I say that as a mother of 3 daughters in Virginia public schools.
It's a non-answer. No, it's actually an answer, because the question is about whether or not trans people on the state level should be banned from using bathrooms that align with their gender identity in schools. And she's saying the school, like the state shouldn't decide that, basically. The schools and like the parents should decide that. So like it's better than a non-answer.
And as someone who used to investigate crimes against children, the way that we keep our children safe is by ensuring they are safe in schools, which includes funding law enforcement and public safety.
But Ms. Spanberger, the question was, should the young, would you receive?
What the what? How, what? She's answered the question like 3 times.
In the Youngkin administration policy requiring boys and girls to use bathrooms aligning with their biological.
Like, how is this where you're playing hardball?
Sex. You have 15 seconds to clarify that question.
Yes. And my answer is that in each local community,
She's just restating it. Like, I don't, like, she should honestly be like, I don't know why I have to repeat it again. Like, it should be up to communities, not to the state level politicians.
decisions should be made between parents.
Like the people who are going to be using the bathroom should have like the say of how the bathrooms get used. Why would we need to make a law about it?
Parents and educators and teachers in each community. It shouldn't be
Parents don't want
dictated
their
by
girl children.
politicians.
Please don't interrupt. We're coming to you next.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Spanberger. Ms. Earl Sears, you say that you do not support biological males.
Why is she so afraid, though, to say she'll rescind it? Well, because she's cowardly, right? Like, a lot of, like, the milquetoast liberal ways to be very, very careful and cowardly about your language and, like, try to rock the boat as little as possible. But the reality is, like, if you actually believe in your positions with conviction, that conviction, I think, is going to bear you through. And again, they're just, a lot of them are very cowardly about positions, especially when they feel like with trans issues that it's something that could be very detrimental to them if it's a close race, or that they feel it would be detrimental anyway. The reality is, if you just speak with conviction on trans issues, like, people gravitate to that. Because the reality is, most average people have never interacted with a trans person, and don't really have a solid idea of what trans people are.
Identifying as females, playing in girls' sports, and have pledged to sign legislation restricting bathrooms by birth sex. Does this position discriminate against transgender girls? You have 60 seconds.
I'm not for discriminating against anyone. What I'm saying is just very plain common sense. And I'm going to answer the question my opponent refused to answer, which is simply this. I will not rescind the governor's executive order. We know that girls want to have privacy. It's really that simple. And my opponent will not answer the question because she voted for.
I mean, in order to make it enforced on the local level, you'd have to remove the statewide rule, right? Yeah, in order to give local areas the right to make decisions like that, you would indeed have to remove the you would have to rescind the order, the rule, yeah.
She voted for men nude in girls' locker rooms, in bathrooms, and in girls' sports. She will.
Do other genders not deserve privacy? This is exactly why I think we should just, like, de-gender bathrooms. Bathrooms don't need to be gendered, and the fact that they are is deeply weird. like part of the reason people are like, oh man, but what if like a boy looks under a stall at a girl in a degendered bathroom, and it's just like, make the stalls better so they can't do that. The only reason we leave gaps underneath these stalls is so that like you save on construction costs. Like, damn.
Refuse to protect our girls in Title IX, which is simply, an opportunity for girls to have their safe space. This is not hard. Are you going to change in a gym where men are nude in the locker rooms? Are you going to do that, Abigail?
Ms. Earl
I
Sears.
don't think you will. What about your girl children if they came home crying and said that there was a male in the locker room? What would you do?
You will both have a chance to rebut, too, so I want to make sure that you both understand that. Ms. Earl Sears, a follow-up question now. You said in support...
I mean, probably talk to the school and, like, figure out what happened. And if it just turned, like, I don't know, like, these scenarios are not that scary. They just require social interaction.
Supporting that bathroom legislation, that this is, quote, a safety issue.
It is.
Are transgender students a safety threat? Yes or no, and why? You have 30 seconds.
I'm sorry, how did you ask that?
Are transgender students a safety threat? Yes or no, and why? You have 30 seconds.
So
how have we spent like 15 minutes of this on trans children and where they should be allowed to shit? Like, I'm sorry. I'm under the impression that Virginia is a large state beset by numerous issues. Why is one full quarter of this debate dedicated to where trans kids shit? What the fuck is wrong with you people? The state is weird.
We know that biological men are larger in strength than women. We understand.
We're talking about children, you dingus.
This is biology.
Like you're like, oh man. Man, those second grade boys, they basically look like Andre the Giant compared to all of these second grade girls. And it's just like, that's not how that works. They're like all the same fucking size. God.
If you look at football teams, you can see the difference between males and females. This is not hard. And
wait, how? Like, what the all girls, like the girls football team? Like, are you looking at like the girls football team on one side and the boys football team on the other? Because like, I don't know, I feel like if some women were allowed to play football, they would easily be able to compete alongside men.
that's why I'm asking my opponent.
Why are you talking about the muscle sizes of children when we're talking about where trans kids can shit? That's weird.
If your little girl comes home and said she was forced to undress in a locker room with a biological boy, what would you say? She's crying. What would you say?
Why would she be crying? Like, oh no, a trans girl in my class had to change clothes. Now, I don't know if you guys know this about trans girls, specifically trans girls in school. Trans girls don't like drawing attention to the fact that their bodies are different from cis women's bodies or cis girls' bodies, right? What that means is trans people in general, in a changing room situation, use a fucking stall, because it's weird that all y'all are going around like showing each other off your bodies. Nah, that's weird. Fuck off. Like use a stall like a normal person. Get yourself some privacy. to take off your clothes and change. Like, I don't know, like, if you're disturbed by the idea of someone changing in private, I think you need to find better issues to care about. The one trans person I knew in school would go to another bathroom that wasn't in the locker rooms. Yeah, like, even when I was, like, changing in the boys' locker room when I was a kid, like, I went to a stall to change because I was so deeply uncomfortable being seen by my peers. Like, this is pretty, like, like, again, I'm so mad. The idea that this person is putting forward, this woman is putting forward, right, is that, if you allow a trans boy, or if you allow a trans girl into the girls' locker room, the trans girl is going to disturb the other girls by existing and is going to, like, do a sex crime against one of them. Like, that's the implication. And it's just like, no. Like, the trans people are the ones who are far more at risk of being abused in these circumstances.
Are you not going to answer?
Ms. Earl Sears, now we're going to go to the opportunity for rebuttal now. And Ms. Spanberger, we're going to start with you. 30 seconds.
My opponent was asked about her record of discrimination, and importantly, my opponent has previously said that she does not think that gay couples should be allowed to marry. She has said that she is,
discrimination?
quote,
What? What? Not allowing gay people to get married, that's not discrimination. That's literally discrimination. It literally is.
quote, gay couples should be allowed to marry. She has said that she is,
discrimination?
quote, unquote.
Go to bed. Go back to bed, Grandma. Like, what the hell? Just a time-traveling, like, homophobe.
Of discrimination, and importantly, my opponent has previously said that she does not think that gay couples should be allowed to marry. She has said that she is,
discrimination?
quote unquote, morally opposed
Ms. Earl Sears,
to
this is
same-sex
Ms.
marriage.
Spanberger's time for
My
rebuttal.
opponent has also previously said that she thinks it's okay for someone to be fired from their job for being gay. That is
That's not
discrimination.
Okay, look, I probably don't agree with Abigail Spanberger on much, but, like, she's kind of killing it. She's kind of killing it against her very messy opponent.
Ms. Spanberger, your time is up. And now, Ms. Earl Sears, it's your turn for rebuttal.
Yes.
You have 30 seconds.
Yes. So again, I want you to go to SpanbergerLies.com. Listen, she's talk about defunding and all that.
Stop
you
it,
know
get
who
some
voted
help.
I can't.
to defund the police? You did. When you voted for the Justice and Policing Act, you voted for that, and you took money from the PAC that said we must defund the police and get rid of their qualified immunity. When are you going to give back that?
Wait a minute. We should get wait. That's good though. We should get rid of qualified immunity. It's bullshit that you can't charge officers for crimes. What? Wait a minute. Those are good things. Knowing about those makes me like Spanberger a little bit more.
That money, thousands of dollars. I will not
Ms. Earl
defund
Sears,
the police
your time is
or
up.
get rid of their
We have
qualified
other topics
immunity.
to get to. We're going to move on now to reproductive rights. Deanna?
Thanks, Tom. Abortion is legal in Virginia through the second trimester with limited third trimester exceptions. There's also a push to codify abortion access in our state constitution. Ms. Earl Sears, you have supported both a 15-week and 6-week abortion limit as governor.
Yeah, that one American. Moderators need like little cat spritz bottles.
What would you advocate for? You have 60 seconds.
Good night,
So my position is that the Commonwealth needs to come together and figure out where it wants to be. It's not going to be my view. It's going to be a view of the majority. My opponent, on the other hand, has the extremist view, which is abortion up until the very hour that the baby could be born, up until the very minute. The very minute. And so you...
What about the very second? What about the second? What if... Now I'm just spitballing here. What if we had like a grace period of like, 5 years, 13 years? Just, like, what if, the way Republicans talk about this issue, right? They talk about it like Democrats are running on, like, we need to have the legal right to like do extreme post-birth abortions, and it's like up until the age of 18, you reserve the right to abort your child. It like they talk about Democrats as if Democrats are in favor of policies like that, and it's just absolutely insane.
Have a baby aborted on the table. What do we do then, Abigail?
Ms. Earl Sears.
What do we do with a full live baby aborted on the minute it could be born?
Ms. Earl Sears, I need you to ask the question.
So just real quick, in case anyone's wondering, if you're at 1 minute before you're about to give birth, the doctors are like an abortion, a procedure you would get at that point is just called having the baby. The abortion procedure you're talking about is just having the full live baby, because the abortion doctors aren't killing a viable fetus. That's not what they're doing. God, like, abortion providers either birth the child or, like, they do an emergency abortion because at that point, like, the life of the mother is in jeopardy and they have to, like, do essentially a triage. They have to be like, well, only one is going to survive. Or maybe, like, one is going to survive and both die. Like, they have to make that calculation on the fly in accordance with the wishes of the patient.
That I'm asking the questions here, and so I want to know about what would you advocate for in terms of a limit. I know that you just said it's not about your view, but you will have veto powers if you became governor. So what would you be willing to support as governor?
So you
have 30 seconds.
So I've answered the question. I've said it's not my view. It's going to be what the majority of Virginians want. And by the way, there's a constitutional amendment, and the voters will make that decision.
Thank you, Ms. Earl Sears. Ms. Spanberger, you say you want to keep Virginia the last bastion of reproductive freedom in the South. Do you support any limits on abortion? You have 60 seconds.
When the Dobbs decision was made, it was very quickly clear that state after state would move to restrict abortion access, as my opponent has previously supported. In states where they further restricted abortion access,
I know this sounds insane, but when Obama got elected, my very conservative Catholic aunt visited and gave my parents flyers how Obama supports an abortion system that has doctors tearing the fetus out of the womb a week before it was born and throwing it in a cold, dark room. I wish I was joking. I feel like I vaguely remember seeing that around the time. You know, I was still in, like, kind of fundamentalist, like, Christian circles at the time, you know, like 2008. Yeah, that would have been solidly in that time period. But, like, so I feel like I've encountered some of those illustrations or pamphlets before. Obama.
have died. Women pregnant with very
time.
wanted children, women with ectopic pregnancies were sent home, and women
The room
have
has
died.
to be cold and dark, though.
If
Yeah.
my opponent were to become governor, that is what she would inflict
Don't
upon
lie like that,
Virginia.
Abigail.
Miss Earl Sears.
I
Miss
support
Earl Sears.
Don't do
I
that.
Miss
support
Earl
the
Sears,
Roe
Virginia's voters
standard.
God, I hate the three people talking at once. That is too. I can handle two people talking at once. I can't handle three people talking at once. It pushes me over the edge. I'm going berserk inside.
Here, if you're talking over Miss
I
Spanberger,
support
please give her time.
the Roe standard.
Don't do that.
I support the Constitution.
Don't do that. Don't do that. No, don't do that. Don't do that. No, don't stop. Don't do that. Don't.
Constitutional amendment that is moving forward that makes clear the
Bad, Abigail.
Miss Earl Sears, the
Fucking cut her mic. It's nuts. Like, why are you allowing her to do this? Just cut the fucking mic.
I support
it's difficult to hear Miss Spanberger if you're talking over her.
I support the Roe standard, which is what this codification of a constitutional amendment moving forward would be. That's what I will support as governor, though I will not have a vote on it. I will support it. But importantly, my opponent has threatened murder to women who have had abortions. That is not the type of leadership we need here
Miss
in the
Spanberger, you're
Congress.
out of time. I just want to follow up.
I need a rebuttal.
Look, I think it was a good move for her to finish answering that question, because that was one hell of an exclamation mark to just throw in there at the end.
Miss Earl Sears, I have to follow up right now because it was difficult for me to hear Miss Spanberger, and I need to make sure that I have clarity on her answer. So just to be clear, are there any limits that you support in terms of abortion access, including for minors? You have 30 seconds.
I support the current laws within Virginia, which include limits on minors obtaining abortions, which include limits after the second trimester. I support those, the current laws here in the Commonwealth of Virginia, and that is what is moving forward as a constitutional amendment here in the Commonwealth of Virginia.
Thank you, Ms. Spanberger. We are now going to move on to immigration.
I thought I was going to get an opportunity to rebut.
We're moving.
You used so much time already. They've had to waste so much time telling you to shut up. Like you're talking at the wrong time. You're using your time at the wrong moment. Stop.
Moving on to other topics. We have a lot to cover tonight, Ms. Earl Sears, so we'll get to you in a moment on a different topic. For now, it's immigration and public safety. We're going to start with Governor Glenn Youngkin has tasked Virginia State Police with helping ICE to remove people living in the country illegally. Ms. Spanberger, we're going to start with you. You've said using local and state police for ICE raids is dangerous. Are there any situations in which you would support local law enforcement assisting ICE? You have 60 seconds.
Fuck no.
Absolutely. I'm a former federal agent.
God damn it.
I used to work narcotics and money laundering cases. I regularly worked on task force arrests and search warrants in partnership with local and state police as a federal law enforcement officer. Importantly, anytime there is a warrant, an arrest warrant, a search warrant to detain someone, absolutely local law enforcement, local resources should and must be employed. That is why, as my opponent has somewhat erroneously said, I never, ever would support making Virginia providing any sort of sanctuary policies here, because local.
See, this is what I mean when we're talking about, like, cowardly Dems, right? Like, this lady sucks. This lady sucks, but we need her to win. You know, for the sake of the Republic, I guess.
And state law enforcement must always work with federal agencies when there is a warrant. Importantly, what I have been talking about, and anytime there is someone with any level of criminality, someone wanted for a criminal offense, absolutely that cooperation shouldn't just occur, but it must.
Thank you, Ms.
I mean, is it cowardice or is it just conservatism? You're right. I was too charitable. It's probably a conservatism. Like, I mean, she's a milquetoast Democrat. She's a centrist, right? Like, I'm willing to bet she's like pretty aligned with like Ezra Klein abundance. It would not surprise me. In fact, I'm gonna Google right now, Abigail Spanberger abundance. Let's see. Yeah, okay, not much public information about her being associated with the abundance agenda, so never mind, I retract it.
Spanberger. Now, Ms. Earl Sears, you've said you support local law enforcement's involvement with ICE raids, but critics argue that in high immigrant communities, they're seeing fewer people reporting crimes and cooperating with police. Now, are you concerned about those negative impacts to public safety? You have 60 seconds.
So I'm just going to say, folks, go to SpanbergerLies.com. I think we're about up to number 10. She's accused me of murder, which is very interesting because the very person who spouted murder, you won't even say that they should get out of the race. And now you're talking about this? My goodness gracious. We have found 4,000 illegals who are criminally here. And the number 3 MS-13 gang leader here we have found communist Chinese gangs here. We have found cartel.
The communist Chinese are here, everybody. Ooh! They're coming for you. Maybe they're even waiting for you on Halloween. It's when they'll strike.
Members here, and they're here because my opponent did not vote to shut down our borders. And because of you and that vote, fentanyl came across the borders and killed 5 Virginians every week. Where were you when we needed you for that vote? And then out of your own mouth, Abigail, you have said the first thing you're going to do is to make Virginia a sanctuary state. I didn't say that. You said
Ms.
that.
Earl Sears.
That's your...
I gotta be honest with you. Spanberger's tactic of not at all responding to this lady, I think is like by far the best one. Like, she's just making herself look like a lunatic. This tactic that she is doing to try and elicit a response from Spanberger is not doing her any favors. This is going to just like... I mean, I understand why she's doing it. She's on the back foot in the election. Like, I think Spanberger is in the lead by a pretty decent margin, but like, so she's trying like a Hail Mary here, but this tactic sucks.
Ms. Earl Sears, your time is up, and the question was, are you concerned about people not being able to, or not cooperating with police, those people who are here possibly illegally for fear of being deported? That was the question we were looking
at. And you just opted to answer whatever the hell was in that hat.
Looking for the answer to that question. You have 15 seconds to clarify.
So as an immigrant to this great country, I understand that the first part of obeying the laws of the country is that we have to obey the laws of the country. And I am focusing on those who are criminally, illegally here. And we don't need them here. And my opponent did not vote for the Laken Riley Act, which simply said if you're criminally, illegally here, murderers, rapists, pedophiles have to go back home.
We're going to move on to the next topic, education, with my colleague Deanna.
Thank you, Tom. Now on the topic of education, educating children in the Commonwealth is a top issue for Virginia.
Also, I'm not like super on top of what the actual law is, but I'm pretty sure prior to the Laken Riley Act, they also still had to send, like, they also still deported like murderers. Like, I'm not an expert on these matters by any means, but I'm pretty sure they sent them home. That like they deported those people after they served their prison time.
Virginia voters in this election as it was 4 years ago. Ms. Earl Sears, you have stated you want parents more involved in their children's education. Would you include parents in designing school curriculum, or should that be left up to the educators? You have 60 seconds.
Yes, so I absolutely believe that parents ought to be involved in their child's education. You know, I am my child's first teacher, and I don't co-parent with the government. And so that's why I strongly support parents being involved in education. But you know who doesn't? My opponent, Abigail Spanberger. She had the opportunity to vote for the Parents' Rights Act, but she didn't. It simply said this: if the curriculum is being changed, then I need to know as a parent. Abigail, why did you vote against?
God, can you, like, this is only something that seems like a good idea if you have no idea how teaching actually works. This is something that only seems like a good idea
The
if you have
first thing
no
about
idea how
obeying the
teachers
laws of
do
this
things.
country is that you have to obey the laws of the country. Absolutely inspiring words from a very competent candidate.
You know, I thought about pausing and just like ranting about that for a hot minute because like that was an insane thing
Is
to
this
say.
debate giving you, ma'am? This is a Wendy's vibes because I am getting a bit of that.
Oh, yeah, I have like 5 Wendy's Baconators by now. You know, like this is just nuts.
Parents on that. And it also said if my child is not on grade level, reading, writing, arithmetic, all of that by the 3rd grade.
Also, just as a milestone, we are now 30 subs away from our next spin of the wheel.
Then I, as a parent, needs to know. Abigail voted against the parents knowing where their child was by the time they were on grade level. Why would you do that? Why are you voting against parents? Why are you not voting for them? Then she voted against the parents knowing whether there was violence in the schools. Abigail, this is a simple question. Why did you vote for that? Why would you vote for parents not knowing if violence is being
Ms. Earl
committed?
Sears, I have a follow-up question for
Yes,
you.
Nora Borealis, thank you for the gifted
specifically
sub.
asking not just about general involvement in
Let's
education, but about
go.
designing the school curriculum more specifically. So is that something you believe parents should be involved in, or do you believe that educators should be taking the lead and it should be left up to them? You have 30 seconds.
As I said, parents, we are their parents all day, twice on Sundays. We are their parents. We must be involved. How will we know what is happening in the schools? How will we know if...
I mean, you could, you know, I'm just spitballing here. You could talk to your child. You could like talk to your child and like ask them about their day. Like I oh no. Yeah, go to the PTA meeting. Go to conferences, you know, be normal about it, I guess.
Our children are being educated. You know, when Ralph Northam, the Democrat governor, voted to shut down government, he shut down our schools, and as a result, there was a learning loss. And my opponent, Abigail Spanberger, when we wanted to reopen the schools, the governor immediately said upon inauguration, the schools must be open. Abigail said, no, they must be out for a whole semester. She took all that money from the teachers union, and that's what they wanted, and that's what
Ms.
she
Earl
voted
Sears, you're
for.
out of time.
Ah, yeah, she's being muscled by big teacher. You know all those dastardly teachers always driving down Main Street in their limos, throwing $100 bills out the window as they laugh, shooting bottles of champagne out onto the street. Those filthy, disgusting teachers, always at the highest heights of society, buying political favors.
Ms. Spanberger, should the governor and state agencies decide which books are in school classrooms, or should parents have a voice in that decision? You have 60 seconds.
I'm a mother of 3 daughters in Virginia public schools, and just this week, I have spent time at my daughter's school for a school event, and I have emailed with another one of my daughter's teachers about her ongoing work. So she should be advised that I've had some of that communication. But it is important that parents are involved.
Abigail Spanberger, that was almost human. Like, you almost came close to having a human moment. But you do not know how to tell, like, a humorous anecdote.
Every step of the way, as I have been. In fact,
yes, I, you see, went to my child's school at an undefined school event. And she should be advised that I had words with her teacher about her performance. Ha ha ha. Anyway.
with my ninth grade daughter, who is actually here with us in the audience, it's because of communication from her teacher that I purchased the books that she'll be studying. Parent engagement is extraordinarily important, and I support the strength of our public schools because public schools across Virginia provide opportunity. They provide opportunity to students everywhere. And unlike my opponent, I do not support defunding public schools. I do not support taking public dollars out of public schools, as my opponent has advocated for the entirety.
Ms. Earl Sears, we're not going to be able to get to as many topics if we keep having to give Ms. Spanberger time as you're interrupting her.
Lie. I think I'm up to lie 12.
But
my opponent is
you will have chance
to answer your question, Lieutenant Governor. It was federal government overreach and an unfunded mandate. That is what I told my Republican colleagues at the time.
If you want to be federal, you should have stayed in Congress.
Ms. Earl Sears,
I said it was federal
time to
overreach.
move on to the next topic.
If you wanted to be federal, you should have stayed in Congress.
Moving on to the next topic now, please. We're going to go to Ms. Spanberger.
Dude, Spanberger knows this is going so much better for her than it is for their like her opponent. Like, look at that self-satisfied smirk, and it's like, girl, you aren't even like performing well. You're just seeing your opponent completely flame out. You aren't doing a good job. Like, you're literally this right now. Okay? Just was it this one?
Today, we play Mario Party Superstars, but Luigi wins by doing absolutely nothing. I had to play some of these minigames for over an hour for the CPUs to play so badly that you can actually win them by doing absolutely nothing. But I think it was...
We're just watching the political equivalent of this, chat.
So worth it so that you guys can all see Luigi win by doing absolutely nothing in these mini games. Thank you so much for watching, and I really hope you enjoy this video. I think that Mushroom Mix-Up has to be one of the coolest mini games in Mario Party Superstars, and it took quite a few attempts to win this mini game by doing absolutely nothing, because Toad raised...
I wanted to watch one of these all the way through to the end, but the talking is really killing the vibe I was going for. That being said, my point stands. Also, go check out ZX Many. Seems like a pretty noble project to undertake. So, there you go. Who plays Mario Party solo? Yeah, who would ever do that? Huh.
Here on the topic of marijuana. You have stated your support legalizing a retail market for recreational marijuana that prioritizes public safety. What public safety concerns do you have? You have 30 seconds.
It's important that there be transparency in what is available on the market. As a former federal agent who worked narcotics cases, as a CIA officer who tracked transnational criminal organizations, as the only person on stage who's had bills signed into law by President Trump related to stopping the flow of fentanyl into...
Oh, God. Imagine boasting about working with Republicans during this current moment. I understand... It's out of necessity to a degree to appeal to like voters on the fence, but like this sucks.
Whenever you're talking over each other,
country,
please continue.
as the only person on stage who's had a bill signed into law by President Trump restricting fentanyl flowing into our country and tightening our border security, and as the only person on stage with the endorsement of the Police Benevolent Association, it is extraordinarily important that we have transparency and that there is a clear market in order to be enforced, because it is in the absence of an open and clear and extraordinarily transparent market that law enforcement is not able to...
I don't even know what you're saying.
Okay. All right, so that was the first punch from Earl Sears that has landed this entire time, but man, did it land. That was great. You don't even know what you're saying.
Remember, your time is up. Now we'll go to Ms. Earl Sears on this issue. The governor has twice vetoed bipartisan efforts to legalize a retail market for recreational cannabis. Would you sign a bill legalizing the commercial sale of any cannabis products in Virginia? You have 30 seconds.
I believe in medicinal marijuana. I believe it has value. But you know, I had a business, and when I had my business and my employees came up positive for marijuana, they couldn't work for me. They couldn't drive my trucks. They couldn't go in and repair anything. We were working on gas. We're working on electric. We can't afford to have people who are working and they don't know what they're doing. They'll blow everything up. Now,
well, when someone tests positive for marijuana, it doesn't mean that they are currently under the influence. Like, marijuana stays in the bloodstream for, like, I don't know, like 2 weeks or so? A month? I don't know. But, like, them testing positive doesn't mean they're actively high right then. 30 days. Thank you, Lily Love Stuff. I don't know. This would be like if you fired someone for drinking within a month of doing their job. It seems weird to me. That excuse has never made sense to me.
my opponent, I don't understand. You know, she says one thing and then she does another, or she does one thing and says another.
Your time
we
is up,
can't
Ms.
figure
Sears.
her out.
Ms. Earl Sears, your time is up.
Who are you, Abigail?
Ms. Earl Sears,
Ms.
we are
Earl
moving
Sears,
on
we're
to
moving
talk
on.
about the current administration, and I'm going to be starting with you for this topic. A central theme of your campaign is let's keep a good thing going, referring to Governor Youngkin's time in office. Is there anything that you would do differently? You have 30 seconds.
So the governor and I have had many talks, as you can imagine. We ran as a team and we work as a team. And I've been previously elected in 2001, and then I left political office. And, you know, I saw how badly our children were not being educated, and so I came back. I said somebody ought to do something, and I figured that was me. So the governor and I, as I've said, we've created all of these wonderful jobs. In fact, my opponent was before the State Chamber of Commerce and saying in January that she was running on the successes of all the businesses that we've been able to bring here. Now she's suddenly running away from it.
Just a quick follow-up, Ms. Earl Sears. So is there one thing that you would do differently from Governor Youngkin? You have 15 seconds to clarify.
So you know who wasn't running away from all the wonderful...
Just to answer the fucking question. God, this is why people hate politicians. Just answer the goddamn question.
Successes we've had in bringing jobs here. My opponent, she loved everything that we've done. So why would I run away? And by the way, the things that I'm talking with the governor about, I'm not...
So why would I run away? Proceeds to not answer the question. Goddamn. I'm so upset.
I'm going to disclose here to you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Earl Sears. Ms. Spanberger, Governor Youngkin is wrapping up his term with positive approval ratings, according to our...
Are they told to not answer? I mean, at a certain point, like, on some of these questions, they must be. Because, like, how do you go a full hour and not answer one question directly?
Emerson College Next Star poll. Are there any Youngkin policies or priorities you would keep if you were elected governor? You have 30 seconds.
Absolutely. I think Governor Youngkin has made a strong path forward on advanced nuclear, welcoming advanced nuclear here to the Commonwealth of Virginia. It's something that I supported during my time in Congress, and as governor, I will continue to ensure that Virginia can be a leader. Ma'am, that is not true.
That's true.
I support an all-of-the-above strategy, and I think advanced nuclear is extraordinarily important.
To let her speak.
But importantly, places where I do differ, would be on the fact that Virginia lost its place as the #1 place for business, and we have had 7 months of rising unemployment rates here in the Commonwealth of Virginia, and I would work to lower costs and grow our economy.
Thank you, Ms.
In the face of
are you gonna cut her off? Like, stop! Fuck, man! Like, you've been interrupting the entire time. I'm so over this lady.
These challenges.
Thank you, Ms. Spanberger. We're moving on to our next question.
Yeah, we are winding down tonight, and we want to end with one fun question. So this will be, I think, something that will bring a smile to our faces tonight. The mother of presidents is the state of Virginia. A little history lesson here. So Virginia has 8 U.S.-born presidents. We'll start with Ms. Spanberger. Which one is your favorite? You have 30 seconds.
As a UVA alumna, I'm going to have to go with Thomas Jefferson.
And why?
Because he started the university, with all due respect to graduates of other universities.
Okay, we have Ms. Earl Sears. Who is your favorite Virginia president?
Well, I would have to say it would have to be the very first one, George Washington. He was a profile in courage, absolutely. It is because of him why we don't have monarchs here. It is because of him why we have a constitutional republic. Without him, I don't think we would have had what we have today.
Thank you, Ms. Earl Sears. We want to make sure that we get to closing statements, so we'll begin with you. You have 30 seconds.
Thank you for coming, and those of you.
It's because of Washington and our constitutional republic that I get the absolute joy of being able to oppose the Constitution today by standing with my president, Donald J. Trump.
Who are listening, this is a momentous occasion, and it's very important. And you know, I ran a men's prison ministry, as I've said. I have mopped the floors of a homeless shelter, and I have given quite a bit of my life to service. I'm a United States Marine. I know how to defend and deliver for Virginia. I will continue to do so. I think I'm the only blue-collar worker in this race. Please support me for governor.
Thank you, Ms. Earl Sears. Ms. Spanberger, why should you be governor? 30 seconds.
When I served as a federal agent at CIA and then in Congress, I always endeavored to put Virginians first. As governor,
God, can we just you should be a little bit ashamed you worked for the CIA, though. Like, you should really be a little ashamed that you worked for the CIA. Like, it's basically prior to ICE, it's basically the evil institution within the U.S. government. Like, if you had to pick one part of, like, the domestic-oriented parts of the U.S. government that is, like, the worst and most evil one, it's the CIA.
will do the same thing. I will always put Virginians first. And importantly, at this time when
I was careful to say pre-ICE, Gamer G. Pre-ICE.
We are seeing attacks on Virginia's healthcare, Virginia's workforce, and the tariffs that are wreaking havoc on our communities. My opponent has not done the same, putting her allegiance to Donald Trump first, no matter the cost. As governor, I will work to lower costs, protect our schools, strengthen our schools, and keep our public safety. That is why Virginia's firefighters, police, Democrats, and Republicans are supporting me.
Every Trump
that is all the time we have
I tell you, we would be drunk by now.
That is all the time we have.
I'm telling you, we'd be drunk right now. Like, that's the note we're all gonna end on. That's the final moment of the debate right there.
I want to thank you both, Abigail Spanberger and Winsome Earl Sears, for joining us tonight. I want to thank you all the time we have
I tell
tonight.
you, we would be drunk by now.
That is all the time we have. We want to thank you both, Abigail.
What the fuck? Where did that come from? Honestly, this clip right here is what this entire debate has felt like to me.
I tell you, we would be drunk by now.
That is all the time we have. We want to thank you both, Abigail Spanberger and Winsome Earl Sears, for joining us tonight.
Thank you for joining us on this debate stage. One of you will be the first female governor of...
Where did you learn to lie like that? The CIA? Honestly, that's... honestly, that is like just nailed it. Perfect. Perfection. Oh my god. This was so much worse than I thought it was gonna be. Oh my god. Like... God, this entire bit was awful. Like, I don't even have a way to salvage it. I guess vote for Spanberger if you're in Virginia, but, like, you don't have to be excited about it. This is why every time, this is why for, like, the last year, I've been saying you guys need to get involved with your local Dems, specifically so that you guys can stop people like Abigail Spanberger from being, like, the person who gets elected to be in charge of your state. Like, hold the line and don't, primary these ghouls. You know, there is a stage at which we could stop this and actually have real good candidates. God. Anyway, there you have it. We made it, everybody.
This was so much better than I thought it was gonna be.
That's one way to put it, Nathan. Thank you for the $5 dono. And if you enjoyed the show, the stream, this thing you just watched, like, comment, and subscribe, and consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, and super chats, because, folks, this stream is made possible thanks to viewers like you. Thank you. God. It's so... That was mind-numbingly just insane. I just... Wowie. Wowie zowie, I believe, is the appropriate term. Listening to that while driving was pretty fucking hilarious, I'm not gonna lie. Also, I met a really cool lady on the bus and swapped numbers, and recently she texted me and invited me to a DSA meeting. I should, like, maybe get on that, because I've been wanting to get involved in my community for a while and have been a bit hesitant to. Yo, Audrey Stardust, do it! Do it! Meet that DSA cool person! And either be super good friends or smooch buddies. You know, either or. Maybe both. Who can say? But, like, get out there. Get involved in DSA, because literally it's how you can make so many cool friends. Let's go! Love seeing chatters get involved in their local politics and communities. Smooch buddies? You've never had a smooch buddy before? Where you're like, hey, we're buddies. But also we smooch. Mwah, 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 mwah. My husband and I are planning to go to No Kings March at our county seat. Hell yeah, Lee Kestner! Let's fucking go! You may or may not have inspired me to go respond to her later, but probably not like when it's 1 a.m. Yeah, probably not when it's 1 a.m. Hell yeah! Be weird at the No Kings for sure. Yeah, honestly, No Kings, great time to meet people. Especially if you find like a chill part of the protest. Because there are going to be chill parts of the protest. Like, Donald Trump and like the Republicans want you to think that they're going to be like, they're going to post up National Guard at every street corner to stop us from protesting. They aren't.
Just remember,
they can't.
it's not gay to smooch the political homies. Unless you want it to be, in which case, it's very gay.
It's true, Paladin.
BWA.
It's true. Thank you for the $10 dono. It is very gay if you want to smooch the political homies. But it's also not gay if you want to smooch the political homies. You know? You're not straight if you don't kiss your homies goodnight. It's true. Yeah, keep an eye out for the No Kings MILFs, okay? Look, if you're having trouble getting your like your lesbian and or bisexual friends out, or your straight guy friends out, remind them that MILFs are going to be all over No Kings, and if you get them to go to No Kings, the MILFs might be all over them. Look, I'm just saying. I'm just saying. MILFs are gonna be everywhere. MILFs are gonna be everywhere at No Kings. Hot MILFs in your area. Like, maybe one of the easiest sells to get people politically engaged. Yeah, even GILFs. And DILFs. And the other kind of GILF. You make a good argument. I could use a hot MILF. Look, everyone should go to No Kings. Find the MILF of your dreams. Hot MILFs will literally be in the area. Exactly. Can't Jack, I gave up white women for Lent? Are you fucking serious? Because if you are, that's a 10 out. That is amazing. That is fucking incredible. But also very narrow-minded, because there more than white women can be MILFs. All kinds of women can be MILFs. So, 1, great comment. 2, fix your heart. I don't know. Also, I don't know what an Lent is. Tell them goth MILFs will be out. I mean, that's probably true. Lent is in spring before Easter. Well, maybe it can lend me a hand and move into fall. How about that? That's maybe the worst joke I've ever made in my life. That was so fucking bad. I should be pelted with tomatoes until I die. That was fucking bad. Oh no. Oh god. Wait, wasn't Abigail the one we wanted to win? I'm confused. Abigail's the one we want to win. But like, damn, some Democrats make it so fucking hard. Oof. plenty of hot dads out there too. It's true. Hot single dads in your area. Some men are addicted to the white lady. I just like snow bunnies. I see. I understand. Yeah, it's just hard to get it really excited for which one do we want to win. We want Abigail Spanberger to win, but like she's also a milquetoast, middle of the road Democrat who used to be a CIA agent. So it's kind of like, oh, you know, not great. Like she would never make it into my top 100 choices for the job, but like she's the only one on the list now, and she's better than an insane Republican Trump sycophant, you know, like she's better than that. She might be able to be pushed with protest. Yeah, it's true. It's always a pragmatic decision when it comes to actually voting. And I do think that people should vote for Abigail Spanberger in Virginia. But like it'd be nice if the politicians helped by being good at having good policy, you know? And it would just be nice to have some help to try and motivate people to go to the polls. No, she's a lib, and she is a lib, but like, damn. I would prefer to battle her than a Republican that thinks discrimination against gay people is impossible. Yeah, I mean, yeah, no, she's clearly the better option. Yeah, I mean, like, it's not a great situation, Lady Raincloud. It's kind of like, let's get the less objectionable one that'll be easier to fight into office. But like, it'd be so much cooler if we didn't have to fight her, you know? Be so much cooler if we could get her into office and then not fight her and instead help her. Be super cool. Are we all some flavor of socialist here? I mean, I can't speak for all of chat, obviously, but I'm a socialist. I pick cinema, but for different reasons. Of course, we all know those reasons, Danny boy. It's one of those I'll vote for you, but piss off if you ask me to donate or volunteer candidates. Yeah, kinda. That is kind of the scenario. Co-ops sound rad? They are rad. Oof. I really wanted to play The Drifter today and finish it up so we could try some other scary games. Oh, folks, this has been a nice chill stream. We've been going for 6 hours. Also, incredibly, folks, we have like 450 people watching at 2 o'clock in the morning. I feel like that's really cool. I just think that's neat. The way you explained co-ops the other day was actually quite helpful for finding the words I needed to describe them to my Republican dad. Yeah, I should spend more time talking about
Will you
socialism.
play Slay the Princess? I love that game.
I do have it on my list. I could play Slay the Princess. I think that'd be really, really fun. I know nothing about it other than, you know, the premise, I guess. Just because you're charming. Thank you. I do try my best, you know. Is that a game where you slay a princess? I mean, I think the goal of the game is that like the world is gonna end, but you can save the world by killing a princess, and I like it's built around that fundamental tension, I guess. I know nothing more about it than that. Sorta, but also no. Yeah, I mean, I figure there's a lot more going on than what I just said. Also, I'm thinking at some point in the future I'm going to replay a game called Road Warden that I played on stream a while back and really, really enjoyed. Oh. Alright, folks. Road Warden is so good. I really enjoyed it. I want to try playing through as like a mage. Okay. So we're pretty close to another spin of the wheel. I guess I'll save some of these for next week. By next week. I might stream tomorrow. You know what? I might stream tomorrow. And tomorrow we'll finish up the drifter and like also we'll continue this counter and spin the wheel some more, okay? I've enjoyed the wheel spinning mechanic, you know? I think it's been good. Not more Rat Shaker? We beat Rat Shaker. We beat Rat Shaker, and also, like, I want to get to a lot of other spooky games. Chat, no, gambling's bad. Gamba chat, Gamba. Alright. Alright, folks. I'm exhausted. Have you ever played Alien Isolation? I did play it, but I gotta be honest, I didn't enjoy navigating the environments. It didn't gel with me. It wasn't my favorite. I love the Alien franchise, and I liked the idea of Alien Isolation, but I was not about the actual experience of playing it. Found Jack through a debate recommendation when I was going down a political rabbit hole when I was needing a great laugh. Her title got me. I love a transphobe takedown. Hell yeah, YouTuber Grudge. I'm not opposed to doing like more debate style content. It's just finding good faith debaters is hard. Like all the fascists that I ever debate come in and they're like, I'm a mild-mannered conservative. I don't know what you mean. And then like pretty soon they're like drop it like 1488 and shit. It like hey. The transphobe takedowns are the best. It really is fun to argue with transphobes. It's why I like to play with my food a little bit. The debate landscape is fucked at the moment. Yeah, like I don't really want to be like one of those Zoomer, political commentators where they just like field a bunch of calls from like MAGA people all day. Like that doesn't seem very fun to me. But I would like to do stuff like that occasionally, I guess. I think you would be a good addition to the line. Yeah, I'm open to that for sure. I've never been on like a doubles team of debate, but like I'm not opposed to it. Hey, Hundo. Yeah, I've been doing the weekend thing today. Javon Bradley. Yeah, Javon is great. I'm a fan of Javon's content. Please, please, please debate my gran. I cannot debate your family members for you. I feel like that's too parasocial. Carbon's awesome. I love him. Yeah, I've enjoyed a Carbon debate or two. Transatlantic call-in show would be legendary. That'd probably be pretty alright. Oof. All right. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go now. Also, just as a heads up, folks, in about tomorrow and Monday. So on Tuesday, I'll be able to move furniture into my new office. And that is super fucking exciting. So next week, I might be a little spotty on what days I'm streaming. Because once all of this starts moving, like all of that stuff has to be unpacked and put into my office. Like we got a lot of shit to take out of boxes. But it's happening. It's happening, folks. We just gotta do like one last round of painting. Gotta fix the light fixtures, and then we gotta do one final round of cleaning. Those are the 3 things, and then the studio can be officially moved into. The room is done. It looks great, and I can't wait to show you guys your new home for the foreseeable future, okay? Does Farage have a chance of being prime minister? Creamy does it? Yes. Sadly, yes. I've never seen a Jack stream that wasn't in a closet. Well, we're actually not in a closet right now. There's a whole ass open room right here. And, but this is my partner's workshop. I've been streaming out of a corner of this for like the last 2 or 3 months. So, it's going to be really nice to just have a full streaming setup. Yeah, there's literally like a mannequin, just a mannequin like chest and torso floating right there. God. Anyway, folks, we're gonna be done for the night. I will be back maybe tomorrow. We'll see how I'm doing. Is that not a dress form? It is a dress form, but it's more fun to call it a chest and torso. All right, good night, you silly billies. And yeah, hopefully we'll play the Drifter tomorrow. Oh, sorry. Good night.
What? Give me the beans. I must have these beans. Beans? Why, I say, young fellow, did you say something about beans? Magical beans? Some mystical